The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 16, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Collins to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 6, 2026, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and the minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and the minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life and military service of Specialist Christopher Lopez of Biglerville, Pennsylvania, who died following a training exercise at Letterkenny Army Depot in Franklin County on March 12th. Specialist Lopez served as a military police officer for the Letterkenny Directorate of Emergency Services Law Enforcement Division and was a Personnel Force Innovation member assigned to the 947th Quartermaster Company, which is based out of Letterkenny. Specialist Lopez is remembered for his love of this great country, his commitment to the United States Armed Forces. Specialist Lopez was described by his twin sister Kiki Lopez as a man who always went above and beyond. Kiki noted that her brother always made sure to put his family before himself. Specialist Lopez enlisted in the Army during his junior year of high school and wrestled for Biglerville High School. As a tribute to Specialist Lopez, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania flags over all state facilities, public buildings, and grounds are lowered to half-staff. In recognition of his dedicated service and his sacrifice, Specialist Lopez was posthumously promoted to the rank of Specialist. On behalf of the entire 13th Congressional District and a grateful nation, I offer prayers and condolences to Specialist Lopez's family, his friends, his fellow soldiers at Letterkenny Army Depot, and to the entire Biglerville community. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Phil Riccio of Altoona, Pennsylvania, as the recipient of the Outstanding Service Award for Pennsylvania as presented by the National Federation of State High School Associations. Throughout his nearly 30-year career as an educator, athletic director, and head coach of the Altoona area high school football team, Coach Riccio has been an inspirational leader and advocate for high school sports. In the spirit of the Outstanding Service Award and the mission of national organization that has bestowed it, Coach Riccio is devoted. He's devoted to ensuring that all students have an opportunity to enjoy healthy participation, achievement, good sportsmanship in any education-based activity. It is with pride that I join everyone in the Altoona Area School District and the entire community in congratulating Coach Riccio on his selection for this prestigious award. And I thank Coach Riccio for his enduring impact on the development of the district students. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Jesse Schreiner for 50 years of dedicated service as a member of the Alexandria Volunteer Fire Company in Huntington County, Pennsylvania. Jesse was recently honored by the fire company with 3 prestigious awards: the President's Award, the Chief's Award, and the Firefighter of the Year Award. Collectively, this trifecta of awards pays tribute to Jesse for his enduring dedication. Over the years, Jesse has served the fire company as a trustee, as a chaplain, and a fire police officer. Jesse's community impact also includes his past leadership as president of the Juniata Valley Lions Club. His 50-year commitment to public safety and the protection of property is an inspiration. I express gratitude to Jesse for the many ways that he has contributed to the Alexandria Volunteer Fire Company's legacy of service and extend him best wishes. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. Wayne Myers on his selection as Pharmacist of the Year by the Pennsylvania Pharmacists Association. The selection of Dr. Myers honors his longstanding commitment to advancing independent community pharmacies. Dr. Myers is owner of Norland Avenue Pharmacy in Chambersburg and Carl's Drug Store in Greencastle. Dr. Myers has enrolled Norland Avenue Pharmacy as a long-term care at-home pharmacy, thereby increasing medication packaging and delivery services to improve the safety, the adherence, and access for vulnerable patients. Congratulations to Dr. Myers on his selection as Pharmacist of the Year, and I express my personal gratitude for his enduring commitment to the core values of independent pharmacies, that is, service, integrity, innovation, and ultimately community care. Thank you, Dr. Myers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Thursday, the Jewish community in West Bloomfield, Michigan, narrowly avoided a fatal act of anti-Semitic terrorism. The temple may be burned and battered, but every single life inside Temple Israel, the sacred space, was saved and spared. Michigan is forever grateful to the private security guards who sprang into action and put their lives on the line to avoid serious tragedy. Because of their bravery and training, as well as the quick response of law enforcement, the congregants of Temple Israel are alive and safe. We saw the images on our television screens, dozens and dozens of police vehicles showing up immediately. To the Oakland County Sheriff Mike Bouchard, the West Bloomfield and Bloomfield Township Police Departments, and all the first responders who answered the call, thank you. In far too many houses of worship, in synagogues, in churches, in mosques, Americans now find themselves praying under the watchful eye of armed guards. No one should have to fear gathering at a synagogue, sending their kids to religious school, or simply practicing their faith. Tragically, this appears to be our new normal. Anti-Semitism is at its highest levels in decades, driven by hate and vitriol and stirred up by social media. It has become widespread and all too common. It has consequences. Anti-Semitic incidences are up 900% over the last decade. In just 1 year, we've seen deadly attacks in Boulder, Colorado, and Washington, D.C., a temple in Mississippi burned down, America's only Jewish governor and his family, victims of arson. America's Jewish community is scared by what this means for them and their place in our society. And it is nothing like when you see this hit your own community. When I got that first phone call on Thursday afternoon, I nearly fell to the ground. Michigan's 11th district is home to one of the most vibrant Jewish communities in the United States. They make our state and our country better in every way, and I am proud to represent them here in the halls of Congress. I spent the last few days speaking with parents, religious leaders, and community members, and I was honored to join the congregation for Shabbat services on Friday night. They are shaken, but they are resilient, and they are grateful for the outpouring of support the world has shown their community in recent days. We must call out anti-Semitism wherever we see it. It is no longer just enough to condemn it, though. We have got to root it out everywhere, and Congress must act. We have to fund Holocaust education programs. We must invest in efforts to combat anti-Semitism. And we must urgently fund the nonprofit security grant program to ensure that houses of worship, regardless of faith, can keep their congregations safe from acts of terror. Congress has fallen short. The security guards who saved Temple Israel were only there thanks to private grant funding from the Jewish Federation of North America. We must make sure we never come this close to tragedy again. I want to offer a glimmer of hope. In the worst moment, we saw the best of Michigan. In the aftermath of the attack, the 140 students, young children, and the staff inside this building were escorted safely across the street to the Shenandoah Country Club, founded by the Chaldean Iraqi immigrants who escaped persecution themselves. In a world of division, lies, and fear, the Chaldeans welcomed their Jewish neighbors with open arms and offered them shelter, food, and safety. They gave the kids coloring books and M&Ms. Chicken tenders and fries were brought out. The parents were given a space to process and call loved ones. Then 24 hours later, this Iraqi Christian country club hosted the whole congregation for Friday night Shabbat services. This is America, and this is Michigan. That selflessness, that patriotism, and the love for thy neighbor makes me so proud to be a Michigander and the Congresswoman for Oakland County. We come together in times like this because that is who we are. Jewish families in Michigan and around the world are rightfully shaken, but they will do what they have done for centuries. They will endure. They will keep going. Temple Israel will reopen. We will rebuild. In Michigan, we write our own story. We will not be defined by one act of extremism. To our Jewish community, be proud of who you are. Know that we see you and we stand with you from the neighborhoods of West Bloomfield to the halls of Congress. We will be alongside you in times of celebration and in times of difficulty. You are resilient and you are unbreakable, and your Congresswoman is with you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Moore, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the student athletes of Hunter Huss High School in Gastonia, North Carolina, for winning the North Carolina Boys State Basketball Championship. In North Carolina, basketball is a part of who we are. From packed high school gyms to college arenas, our state takes great pride in the game, and this tradition is alive and well at Hunter Huss High School. These students spent countless hours practicing, preparing, and pushing themselves to be their best. Their hard work and determination paid off in a season that we will never forget. But a state championship is never won on their own. It's a testament to the coaches, to the families, to the teachers, and the supporters who stood behind this team all season long. Achievements like this bring our community together, and I can tell you that Gaston County and all of North Carolina is very proud of this great team. Congratulations to the Hunter Huss Huskies on an outstanding season and a well-earned state title. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as this headline on the whiteboard proclaims, we in New England received welcome news on Friday that after years of hard work as well as massive investments by both the private sector and the government, a new reliable source of energy for our electricity grid was officially turned on. This project, known as Revolution Wind, will add 700 megawatts that will power over 350,000 homes in Rhode Island and Connecticut. At a time of tight supply and rising energy costs, adding hundreds of megawatts of electrical capacity is an obvious way to reduce costs rather than just offloading the burden onto energy users. This project is locked into a 20-year contract price of 9 cents per kilowatt hours at a time when the average price from other sources to the region's grid is 30 cents per kilowatt hour. Obviously, this is a beneficial response and a solid solution to address New England and our nation's high-cost economy. Even more significant is the fact that this power source is not at the mercy of the global fossil fuel markets that has skyrocketed the cost of home heating oil and gas at the pump since the start of the war in Iran 16 days ago. Home heating oil in Connecticut today is $5.10 per gallon, up from $4.28 just last week and $3.74 a gallon a year ago. Gas at the pump is going for $3.65 a gallon. A month ago, it was $2.90. Mr. Speaker, the men and women who have been hard at work at the State Pier in New London, Connecticut for the last 6 years, transforming a decrepit, underutilized dock into a state-of-the-art port that can handle massive cargo carriers, delivering enormous towers, blades, and the nacelles that connect the towers and the blades. Sensors are mounted on the nacelles to detect wind speed, which then moves the blades into the wind to maximize output. It is ingenious. Union operating engineers, electricians, and laborers kept this project moving forward despite the persistent hostile obstruction of the Trump Interior Department that issued 2 illegal halt work orders in 2025. The department's orders were soundly rejected by federal district courts in Washington, D.C. and Virginia. The department's unfounded claims that Revolution Wind posed a national security threat were decisively and swiftly dismissed, given the fact that the Department of Defense, in consultation with the Air Force, Navy, and Coast Guard, thoroughly examined this project and issued a permit in December 2024. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter dated December 13th from the Assistant Secretary of Defense, which found that this project will, quote, not have an adverse impact on DoD missions in the area.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I think all of New England and the Mid-Atlantic states owe a huge thank you to Judge Royce Lambeth, the Reagan appointee who lived up to his oath and twice asserted the power of the judiciary, a co-equal branch of government, to rein in the administration's ludicrous, harmful abuse of executive power. As our economy is reeling today from the oil and gas aftershock of the war in Iran, the news this weekend that offshore wind can provide a reliable, affordable source of energy that is produced in America for American energy consumers is hopefully going to force a reconsideration of the attack on renewable energy by this administration and, unfortunately, my colleagues in the House that have legislatively crushed this industry, depriving American consumers of an affordable source of homegrown energy. Wind power alone will not solve our energy demands, but 700 new megawatts will be surging into New England is undeniable proof that our nation's innovators, our building trades union, and the merchant mariners are up to the job to power our country in the 21st century. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hardworking Americans deserve to keep more of what they earn. For millions of workers across our country, especially in restaurants and the service industry, tips are not extra income. They are a critical part of the paycheck. That's why I was proud to support the Working Families Tax Cut, which reduces federal taxes on tips and delivers real relief to workers who rely on them to support their families. Nearly 6 million Americans report tipped wages, and under this reform, workers can now deduct up to $25,000 in qualified tips each year. The impact will be especially meaningful in states like Iowa. In the first year alone, tipped workers across Iowa are expected to save approximately $59 million in federal income taxes, money that will stay in the pockets of hardworking Americans who earned it. That's money for groceries, rent, childcare, prescription drugs, and everyday expenses. It's real relief for workers who put in long hours serving in our communities. Reducing taxes on tips rewards hard work, strengthens families, and supports the local businesses that power our economy. I was proud to help pass the Working Families Tax Cut, and I'll continue fighting to ensure hardworking Americans can keep more of what they earn. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Davenport native Kevin McKee, who represented Team USA at the 2026 Milano Cortina Paralympic Winter Games in Italy and has now earned his 4th Paralympic gold medal. Kevin competed in his 4th Paralympic Games as a member of the United States sled hockey team, continuing a remarkable career representing our nation on the world stage. A proud Davenport native, a player at the Quad Cities Veterans Outreach Adaptive Sports Center, and member of the Chicago Blackhawks sled hockey team, Kevin has worn the Team USA jersey since 2012. Born with a rare spinal disorder, Kevin has turned determination into excellence, helping lead Team USA to Paralympic gold in 2014, 2018, 2022, and now again in 2026. With a 6-2 victory over Canada, Team USA once again captured the gold medal, demonstrating the strength, teamwork, and resilience that define American athletes. Kevin McKee's perseverance and leadership makes Davenport, the Quad City Veterans Outreach Center, the state of Iowa, and our entire nation proud. I congratulate Kevin and the entire Team USA sled hockey team on this incredible achievement, and I thank them for representing our country with such pride and excellence. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Chief Jeff Bladel on his retirement after 31 years of dedicated service with the Davenport Police Department. Appointed chief in 2022, he followed in his father's footsteps, who served as Davenport's police chief from 2000 to 2008. A lifelong Davenport resident, Chief Bladel returned home after serving our nation as an airborne military officer in the United States Army and committed his career to protecting his community. Under his leadership, the department strengthened data-driven crime reduction efforts and advanced key public safety initiatives, including the Department of Justice Public Safety Partnership, the Smart Policing Initiative, the National Network for Safe Communities, the Quad City NIBIN Initiative, and co-responding program pairing officers with mental health professionals. He also helped implement group violence intervention strategies that connected at-risk individuals with community resources to break cycles of violence. Over the past 3 years, the city has seen a reduced number of crimes. Chief Bladel leaves behind a safer Davenport and a lasting legacy of service, leadership, and community partnership. Mr. Speaker, I would like to wish a very happy birthday today to Lola Van de Wally, who happens to be the genesis behind the Quad City Veterans Outreach Center. Happy birthday, Lola. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to wish my daughter, Taylor, a very happy birthday. Happy birthday, Taylor. Mr. Speaker, Vince Martinez, a 100-year-old, soon-to-be 100-year-old on April 5th, World War II veteran in Davenport. I want to extend happy birthday greetings to Vince. May you continue to live long and continue to help all of our veterans. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I've spoken here about how this administration did not adequately warn U.S. citizens in the Middle East before launching attacks against Iran. They left American citizens in the Middle East stranded and told them that they were on their own. So I applaud them for correcting this mistake and working really hard to try to get people flights out and help them evacuate. But unfortunately, it looks like that was only a temporary response, because this week I'm having constituents tell me that once again they're being told that they're on their own. One family I'm working with is in Kuwait right now and was told to take a commercial flight out and that the State Department couldn't help them. Well, the problem is Kuwaiti airspace is actually closed right now, and they were told they'd have to take a bus to Saudi Arabia, and the State Department wouldn't really help them with that. And even if they did get there, there are frequent restrictions on flights in Saudi Arabia due to continued missile and drone threats. And again, I'm left wondering, why are we telling Americans we have billions to spend on bombs, missiles, and warships, but we don't have the money to get American citizens who want to get out of the Middle East, particularly ones in dangerous areas where there are no commercial flights? It's insulting to tell the American people to foot the bill to get out of the Middle East in a dangerous position when we didn't warn them in the first place. And once again, I'm calling on the administration to help Americans who need to get out. The safety of the American people should come first. Mr. Speaker, AI is massively reshaping our economy and our small businesses. And when most people think of companies leading on AI, they think of the big tech companies. But there's more to this AI economy than those big companies. There are AI small businesses and startups that play a key role in innovation. They are the drivers of innovation, economic growth, and American technological supremacy. They can often be more agile than bigger tech companies and create fantastic solutions and products. But they aren't always working on an even playing field. And that's why I'm introducing this week the Small AI Innovators Empowerment Act. This bill would look at challenges that small AI businesses and startups face, including areas like access to funding, hiring and retention of talented employees, and the impact of regulatory uncertainty. Supporting small tech businesses helps us stay ahead of international competition as our world becomes increasingly reliant on AI. I thank Congressman Obernolte for sponsoring this bill with me, and I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting AI small businesses by supporting the Small AI Innovators Empowerment Act. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Flower Gallery of Virginia on its 50th anniversary. The Flower Gallery has contributed to the joy of residents in our community, including Manassas and Northern Virginia, since 1976, when Doug Burrows first bought this shop from his employer. And over that time, the Flower Gallery has helped our community celebrate life's milestones, including many birthdays, weddings, and anniversaries. It also provides local youth and civic organizations with flowers for fundraisers and community events. Congratulations, Doug, for creating such a beloved institution for 50 years of success. We're wishing you and the Flower Gallery many more years of prosperity. Mr. Speaker, we know this administration has been constantly attacking our nation's federal workers and contractors. They've chased out people with specialized skills and decades of experience, making our country less safe and less healthy, while also making our agencies either understaffed or led by unqualified loyalists. Well, the latest attack might actually be one of the worst, and that's the creation of the Schedule P and C positions. We knew that there would be an attack on Schedule F, and this would basically make it easier for career civil servants to be fired and replace them with loyalists who are not qualified. Federal workers would lose job protections, and it would make it incredibly difficult to attract people and retain them and get the best talent in the country to come work in the federal government. We've been working on this across many administrations, and this is undoing a lot of that work. And the reality is federal workers and contractors, they pledge allegiance to our country and not to a president or an ideology. And this rule would hurt our country for many years to come, and it would do irreparable damage to our institutions and to the people that rely on them. So I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this rule. It's not well thought out, and it's going to hurt us in the long run. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to welcome the American Optometric Association to our nation's capital for the 2026 Federal Key Person Summit. Since 1898, the AOA has distinguished itself among medical specialists and policymakers for its outstanding leadership, reliability, and advocacy for optometric professionals and students. From years of standing at the forefront of innovation and high quality in healthcare, we understand that steadfast leadership is essential for positive outcomes in public health policy and a patient's health. The advocates of the AOA are a model of just that, providing insight on pertinent issues so that optometric doctors, professionals, and students are primed to deliver the critical, high-quality care that patients deserve. I'm confident that this year's summit will prove to be a valuable experience, and I commend the advocates and members of the AOA for their dedication to their profession and their patients. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
the House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Most Holy Lord, we stand in the need of prayer. Too often we claim to be without sin, though our sin is ever before us. And so we pray, forgive us our debt to your marvelous mercy in our lives, to the bounty of grace you have shown us that we could never repay. Pardon us and help us to receive your unmerited favor with contrite hearts and humble spirits. Forgive us our trespasses, the way we overstep the boundaries you, in your love for us, have established to protect us from the dangers our own choices could bring upon us. Bring us back from the consequences of our own decisions and receive us into your parental embrace. Forgive us our sins, the countless ways we have offended you, even as we have offended one another. Forgive us the many times we have separated ourselves from your love, even as we have failed to show your love to those around us. Have mercy on us, O God, according to your unfailing love. According to your compassion, blot out our transgressions. Wash away all our iniquity and cleanse us from our sin. In your merciful name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Bruce Frankel, a longtime youth baseball coach and active member of his community in Larchmont as he celebrates his 73rd birthday this month. Bruce has been deeply involved in the village he has called home for more than 2 decades. He currently serves on the village zoning board, co-chairs the Larchmont Traffic Commission, and is an active member of Larchmont Temple. Bruce is best known by Larchmont families for his time coaching in the Larchmont Mamaroneck Little League and the town's travel baseball program. Through this program, he has taught hundreds of kids not only the fundamentals of baseball, but also the values of hard work, determination, adaptability, and perseverance. From the floor of the House of Representatives, happy birthday, Bruce Frankel, and thank you for all you have done for our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. The Chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, message.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S. 327, an act to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, to deny any foreign tax credit or deduction with respect to taxes paid or accrued to the Russian Federation, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 3971, the Small Business Innovation and Economic Security Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3971, an act to extend the SBIR and STTR programs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of Senate Bill 3971, the Small Business Innovation and Economic Security Act, which reauthorizes the Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer Programs through September 30th, 2031. The SBIR and the STTR programs are critical to American innovation and help ensure that the United States remains a step ahead of foreign adversaries. This reauthorization package is the culmination of countless hours of bicameral and bipartisan negotiations over several months. I want to thank my colleagues in the House, the Committee on Small Business Chairman Williams and Ranking Member Velasquez, and Committee on Science, Space, and Technology Chairman Babin, and Ranking Member Lofgren for their work to get these programs reauthorized. I also want to thank Chairman Ernst and Ranking Member Markey for advancing this bill through the Senate. Today is the day we get these programs back online for small businesses across the country. The SBIR and the STTR programs have helped small businesses turn big ideas into real solutions by providing early-stage funding for more than 40 years. These investments have produced groundbreaking technologies that strengthen America's economy and our national defense. Unfortunately, both these programs were shut down for the first time for the last 5 months due to the Senate's inability to pass a short-term clean reauthorization while negotiations continue. This lapse created uncertainty for small businesses, delayed critical innovation, and risked allowing critical technology to fall into the hands of foreign adversaries. This reauthorization package contains several bipartisan reforms that restore stability and strengthen the programs by safeguarding American technology, reducing administrative burdens, and accelerating the development of emerging technologies. This bill also aims to bridge the valley of death between research and commercialization by providing training for acquisition officials, improving data collection across participating agencies, and modernizing technical and business assistance for small businesses. The Chairman and Ranking Member have shown their commitment to ensuring these programs remain strong, operate efficiently, and support small business innovators while advancing research and development. From life-saving medical advancements to next-generation defense capabilities, the SBIR and the STTR programs empower Main Street to deliver real solutions for both the government and the private sector. I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle and their staff for working to find a bipartisan path forward to reauthorize these critical programs. I look forward to seeing this bill enacted and the new innovative ideas that follow. I urge my colleagues to support this unanimous common sense solution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of S. 3971, the Small Business Innovation and Economic Security Act. The Small Business Innovation Research and Technology Transfer, or SBIR and STTR programs, saw their reauthorizations lapse last October. As a result, nearly $6 billion in funding for small, innovative companies was frozen. These programs are overwhelmingly successful, boasting a demonstrated return across over 40 years of operation, resulting in groundbreaking technologies that have revolutionized medicine, telecommunications, and military capabilities. Unfortunately, negotiations started too late, and disagreements were too great to reach a deal before the deadline. I am proud to say that after months of uncertainty, we are finally turning the lights back on. The product before us today is the result of those months' long deliberation while the program was lapsed. Thanks to the hard work of everyone involved, this legislation is something we can all be proud of. Ideas from our majority, like strategic breakthrough funding, will help attract both private capital and government buy-in to rapidly scale promising technologies. At the same time, ideas from myself and Senator Markey serve to strengthen our program's phase 3 by investing in contract officer training and ensuring the PCRs advocate for small firms with successful products in the government. Together, these provisions mark a cohesive effort at bringing the valley of death for small, innovative companies. Long-standing bipartisan priorities, such as strengthening the program's data collection system, as well as making improvements to technical and business assistance and the Innovation Courts program, have finally made it across the finish line. In addition, my colleagues on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee made real improvements to the Foreign Due Diligence program, protecting small firms from espionage by our adversaries. Over and above all, after a period of tremendous uncertainty, a reauthorization period of longer than 5 years will give small businesses and agencies the certainty they need for long-term planning. The lapse in authorization over the past 5 months has been excruciating and unprecedented for small firms and labs who are at the cutting edge of technology. But it has also been painful for families who are waiting for a cure for diseases that afflict their loved ones, only to see the companies working on those cures lose funding. This lapse was avoidable, and the costs were real. We must be active in efforts to ensure it never happens again. I am grateful for the work of my colleagues and our staff for bringing this agreement together in the spirit of compromise. That is how this program has always worked and must continue to work. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from New York reserves. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We must pass Senate Bill 3971 to ensure that federal investment yields results for our country. I reserve the balance of my time.
Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Holohan, for 3 minutes.
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you to Ranking Member Velasquez. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a big win for small businesses and innovators in my district and, of course, across the country as well. For years, I've proudly led the bipartisan Ramp for Innovators Act, a bill that gives our small businesses the tools that they need to turn great ideas into market-ready products. Today, I'm thrilled that a significant portion of that work is included in the Small Business Innovation and Economic Security Act. Thanks to this bill, these very important provisions and improvements will soon be law. Today's passage is a testament to what bipartisan and bicameral collaboration can achieve. It was a real disservice that the SBIR and STTR programs lapsed last year, which are the lifeblood of innovation on Main Street. They both help entrepreneurs and small businesses in places like Pennsylvania's 6th District turn ideas into real products and businesses. So thanks to this legislation, the programs are back and stronger than before. Importantly, the bill incorporates key provisions from my Ramp for Innovators Act that give small businesses more control over their commercialization efforts. Under this legislation, companies can now use technical and business assistance funds not just to utilize outside experts, but to also hire new staff, expand existing teams, and to train their employees to move their technologies to market. Agencies will continue to provide oversight to ensure that funds are used effectively, but awardees now have a lot more flexibility to direct these resources where they are most needed. Additionally, this bill ensures that SBIR and STTR recipients can participate in the Innovation Corps, or I-Corps program, which provides key trainings that help them turn research into market-ready products. Under the provisions in my Ramp for Innovators Act, businesses can use TABA or TABA funds and other funding sources for participation in I-Corps, giving small businesses the flexibility they need to take advantage of these opportunities fully. Having scaled a lot of businesses in southeastern Pennsylvania, I know how critical these resources are. They can literally mean the difference between a promising and even life-changing idea sitting on a shelf and a product that creates jobs and strengthens our economy. Thank you, Representative Balderson, for your continued participation and partisanship on this, the Ramp for Innovators Act, and to Senator Kuntz for championing these provisions in the Senate. Together, we are ensuring that small businesses have the support that they need to grow, hire, and bring bold ideas to market. This is a really proud moment for Main Street, for innovators, and for my community, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes for the Small Business Innovation and Economic Securities Act. Thank you, and I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady.
I would like to once again thank my colleagues in the Senate for their hard work in bringing this together, as well as our House partnership of myself, Chairman Williams, Chairman Babin, and Ranking Member Lofgren for working in a bipartisan way to reauthorize this program. The time for delay is over. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes and get this bill to the President as soon as possible. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of Senate Bill 3971 to support small businesses across the country in advancing technology and in innovation. It is time for small businesses to access SBIR and STTR programs again after 5 long months. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. And the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 3971? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Who's on the other side? Purpose of the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 1884, the Holocaust Expropriated Art Recovery Act of 2025.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1884, an act to clarify the Holocaust Expropriated Art Recovery Act of 2016 to appropriately limit the application of defenses based on the passage of time and other non-merits defenses to claims under that act.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on S. 1884.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I am grateful for the opportunity to bring this legislation before the House today, and I want to thank my bipartisan colleagues in both chambers who have worked to advance this important effort. In the House, I thank Ranking Member Jamie Raskin and Representatives Scott Fitzgerald, Jerry Nadler, and Maggie Goodlander. In the Senate, I thank Senators John Cornyn, Ted Cruz, Richard Blumenthal, and Chuck Schumer. The Nazi regime committed unimaginable atrocities during the Holocaust, murdering millions of Jews and destroying families, communities, and livelihoods. But the regime also carried out a systemic campaign of cultural theft. Hundreds of thousands of works of art and cultural objects were confiscated or misappropriated from Jewish families and other persecuted groups across Europe. These were not simply possessions, they were pieces of family history, identity, and legacy. After World War II, the United States and our allies attempted to return stolen artworks to their rightful owners, yet many pieces were never reunited with the families from whom they were taken. In the decades since, these works have surfaced in museums, galleries, and private collections around the world. In 1998, the United States convened the Washington Conference on Nazi-confiscated art with more than 40 nations. The conference produced the Washington Principles, which called on governments and institutions to take steps to achieve just and fair solutions for families seeking return of their stolen property. Congress took an important step toward that goal in 2016 when it enacted the Holocaust Expropriated Art Recovery Act. That law was designed to ensure Holocaust survivors and their heirs would have a fair opportunity to pursue claims in court, and that those claims would be decided on their merits, not dismissed because too much time had passed. Unfortunately, courts have sometimes applied technical defenses in ways that undermine Congress's intent. This means that families who lost everything during the Holocaust can still be denied their day in court because of procedural barriers. This bill fixes that problem. This bill removes the upcoming expiration date in the original law and clarifies that these cases should be decided on the facts, not dismissed on technicalities. As someone who previously served as a judge in Florida and now serves on the Judiciary Committee, I believe deeply that Congress must speak clearly and provide judges with standards and guidance to apply in their courtrooms. Justice should not depend on procedural loopholes or arbitrary decisions when families are seeking the return of property stolen during one of history's greatest crimes. And behind every claim is a family story. Even today, descendants of Holocaust victims are still searching for works of art that once hung in their grandparents' homes. In some cases, families spent generations preserving photographs, letters, and fragments of evidence in hopes of one day recovering a painting or sculpture that represents their family's past. For many of these families, these cases are not about the monetary value of the artwork. They are about restoring a piece of history that was taken from them. The Nazi regime stole not only lives, but legacies. They stole hundreds of thousands of artwork pieces in what has been termed the greatest displacement of art in human history. The Nazis looted over 600,000 works of art and artifacts. To this day, more than 100,000 of these works are not yet recovered. More than 100,000 works of art and artifacts are still missing. This legislation helps ensure that survivors and their heirs have the opportunity to reclaim those legacies and that their claims are heard fairly in American courts. I want to thank the many organizations supporting this effort, including Art Ashes, the American Jewish Committee, the Anti-Defamation League, Jewish Women International, the Florida Holocaust Museum, and many others who continue working to preserve memory and pursue justice. Despite the passage of time since the horrors of the Holocaust, it is never too late to do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill and ensure the families seeking the return of their stolen heritage are given the justice they deserve. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of S. 1884, the Holocaust Expropriated Art Recovery Act of 2025, or the HERE Act. As the lead House Democratic sponsor of this bipartisan legislation, I am proud to have helped bring together my colleagues to ensure this bill is passed and sent to the President's desk. During the Holocaust, the Nazis stripped Jewish families of countless works of art, culture, and heritage. The effects of these atrocities are still being felt today by survivors and their families. In 2016, former Judiciary Committee Chairman Bob Goodlatte and I introduced the first HERE Act, which was a landmark bill that aimed to aid these victims and their families in recovering their rightful property, a small act of light in the memory of the darkest period in human history. I am grateful that Congress passed that measure unanimously and that President Obama signed it into law. Unfortunately, time has demonstrated that the original HERE Act was not sufficient. In addition to the bill's impending expiration, more than 100,000 of the over 600,000 works of art looted by the Nazis remain unrecovered. We must confront this unacceptable and repugnant reality, which continues to allow entities and individuals to profit off the Jewish people's pain. We must reaffirm that in the United States, every family member with a credible claim deserves to have their day in court, with their case heard on the merits alone. Justice must not be denied due to procedural technicalities and legislative sunset provisions. While we cannot reverse the horrors of the Holocaust, we can ensure that in an American courtroom, the truth of a family's legacy carries more weight than a legal loophole. Some might have you believe, Mr. Speaker, that this bill addresses a problem mostly for Europe to resolve, but they would be wrong. In fact, the September 2025 report from the World Jewish Restitution Organization found that U.S. museums hold well over 100,000 objects that were in Europe during the Holocaust, yet only about 10% of those objects have been made publicly accessible online for provenance research. Additionally, among 160 major museums in the United States, only 21% provide easily accessible object-level Nazi-era provenance information. If relevant pieces are not made available for research, how can we even know the true scope of this problem? What do the holders of these pieces have to hide? This is not an issue that is relevant only to decades-old legal cases or an issue faced only by a few dying survivors and their families. Nazi-looted art is still being discovered regularly. Just a few months ago, an online auction was intercepted in Ohio for two 17th-century floral paintings by a famous Dutch still life painter with original Nazi inventory numbers S16 and S17 still on the back. The works had been sitting in an abandoned safe deposit box in Texas for decades before surfacing. In 2023, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office seized 7 works by a famous Austrian expressionist painter valued at nearly $10 million that had for decades been displayed in a variety of museums and collections in New York. The DA's office rightfully returned the pieces to the heirs of Fritz Grunbaum, a Jewish collector murdered at Dachau concentration camp in 1941. That is why we must reauthorize and improve the HERE Act of 2016 by passing the bill before us today, to ensure that the provenance of pieces that can be proven are able to be fully litigated on their merits alone, and to send a clear message from the halls of Congress to those who knowingly hold Holocaust-looted art that the United States will no longer tolerate such barbaric behavior. It is also important for us to be abundantly clear about what this bill does and does not do. Fundamentally, this bill seeks to ensure that claims regarding Nazi-looted art are decided on their merits alone, without hiding behind procedural technicalities. The bill also eliminates the original HERE Act sunset provision, which is scheduled to expire in December 2026. That deadline was intended to encourage museums and holders to complete provenance research on the relevant pieces and to resolve any applicable claims. Unfortunately, this limited time frame has allowed some institutions to delay, withhold information, and run out the clock. I hope we can all agree, Mr. Speaker, that justice for victims of the Holocaust and their families should not come with an expiration date. Here is what this bill does not do. It does not decide who wins and loses any case. It does not undermine in letter or intent any agreements made by any entity regarding any Holocaust-related or other matters. It does not impact or seek to influence any other categories of Holocaust claims outside of those that are art-related and specifically described in the legislation. The issues this legislation seeks to address are not new. In fact, it even appeared in the early 2000s popular TV show The West Wing. In a second season episode, a Jewish woman on a White House tour begins screaming after recognizing a painting that had belonged to her father in France before it was seized by the Vichy regime during the Holocaust and later gifted to the White House. In the television show, the painting is swiftly and voluntarily returned to the woman and her family. The show is obviously a work of fiction, but if all similar claims were resolved in such a way in reality, there would be much less need for this legislation. Unfortunately, like much of the West Wing, such a resolution is too often too good to be true. Finally, there are many individuals and organizations that have worked hard to draft and promote this legislation. I wish to thank all of them, and especially the Art Ashes organization. Without their tireless advocacy, this day would not be possible. I also want to thank the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee, for her partnership in introducing this bill in the House. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation to ensure that victims of the Holocaust and their families are able to have their claims heard on their merits alone. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleagues, Representatives Lee and Nadler, for bringing this very, very important piece of legislation to the floor today. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support as a co-sponsor of the Holocaust Expropriated Art Recovery Act, the HERE Act of 2026. Mr. Speaker, during the Holocaust, the Nazi regime and its collaborators systematically looted hundreds of thousands of works of art and cultural treasures from Jewish families across Europe. These were not simply valuable objects. They were pieces of family history, family identity, and family heritage. For decades, many survivors and their heirs have fought simply for the chance to have their claims heard in court. The original HERE Act, passed with overwhelming bipartisan support in this chamber in 2016, tried to ensure that these claims would be decided only on their merits rather than being dismissed because of technical objections such as the passage of time. Mr. Speaker, however, the courts did not follow Congress's intent on many issues, and new legal barriers have emerged that threaten to close or have closed the courthouse doors once again. This legislation expressly reverses the ability of defendants to use non-merit-based defenses, such as the Supreme Court's decision in Germany v. Philipp, which held that Germany's expropriation of German Jews' property in the Holocaust was simply a quote-unquote domestic taking and not a violation of international law under the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. If not corrected by Congress, that decision would prevent Holocaust survivors and their heirs from recovering most of the art held by foreign governments in their museums. And it would excuse the historical and moral culpability of Nazi Germany and its allies and collaborators for perpetrating the Holocaust. And an affirmative vote today closes that huge loophole. Mr. Speaker, time is not on our side. Roughly 30,000 Holocaust survivors remain alive today in the United States of America, many now in their 90s, some of whom live in my district. They deserve to see in their lifetimes, and the world needs to hear, that in these times of rising anti-Semitism, that Congress wishes to right these historical wrongs. Mr. Speaker, this bill does not guarantee outcomes. It simply ensures that claims are heard fairly and decided on their merits. Passing this legislation reaffirms our nation's commitment to justice, historical truth, and the memory of those who suffered one of history's darkest crimes. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the HERE Act. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 5 minutes to the distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Mr. Nadler for his extraordinary leadership on this legislation and on this issue. I rise in strong support of Senate Bill 1884, the Holocaust Expropriated Art Recovery Act of 2025. The bill, which has already passed the Senate by unanimous consent, amends the Holocaust Expropriated Art Recovery Act of 2016 in a number of key ways to ensure that Holocaust survivors or their heirs have a fair opportunity in court to recover all of the artwork that was stolen by the Nazi regime, or what's left of it. In doing so, this bill will provide these victims the chance to obtain some small measure of justice for the horrors and the injustices and indignities that their families have endured. During its reign of hatred and terror, the Nazis committed theft and murder on a mass industrial scale through the relentless killings of the Einsatzgruppen in the bloodlands of Europe and through the death camps they established at Auschwitz, Treblinka, Belzec, Sobibor, and many others. For the victims' families, these pieces of art are both stolen objects and stolen connections to their own family members whose memories the Nazis have tried to permanently erase from history. In many cases, the artwork serves as the final tangible connection of the victims' families to their lost family members, providing proof of their existence and a testament to their suffering and their loss. Congress passed the 2016 Act, which established a 6-year federal statute of limitations for claims arising from Nazi-stolen artwork out of concern that the state statutes of limitations would prevent most litigation. In its findings, Congress observed that the unique and horrific circumstances of World War II and the Holocaust make statutes of limitations especially burdensome to the victims and their heirs. It further noted the difficulty of piecing together their cases from a fragmentary historical record ravaged by persecution, war, and genocide. This costly process often cannot be done within time constraints imposed by what was then the existing law. Alas, several court decisions since the 2016 Act's passage have undermined the statute's purpose of trying to give victims a fair hearing on the merits of their cases, regardless of the passage of time. These decisions have dismissed numerous cases precisely based on passage of time, defenses like laches or adverse possession, or other non-merits defenses like forum non-conveyance, the act of state doctrine, or foreign sovereign immunity. This bill addresses these court decisions and related concerns. It eliminates the HERE Act's sunset provision so that defendants no longer have an incentive to simply run out the clock on victims' families. It also prohibits courts from dismissing lawsuits on grounds related to the passage of time or other non-merit defenses. Finally, it clarifies that claims for recovery of the artwork fall within an existing expropriation exception to foreign sovereign immunity, regardless of the victim's citizenship or nationality. This bill will help give victims and their heirs the chance to obtain a small measure of justice for the grave and dehumanizing wrongs they suffered as a result of the Holocaust. It will also give victims' families a chance to recover at least a partial connection to their loved ones, a connection that was stolen in every single way possible by the Nazis. I applaud Representative Lee and I applaud our Senate colleagues who have worked to advance this bill, and I also want especially to recognize my colleague, Representative Nadler, for his longtime aggressive and unswerving leadership on seeing justice done in this case and to see passage of both the 2016 Act and this bill. I strongly advocate for this legislation, and I urge all of our colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Does the gentlelady reserve?
Yes.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is just for Holocaust survivors and their heirs to continue to have their claims relating to art stolen from them by the Nazis heard in court. These claims should be decided on the merits, not dismissed due to technical defenses. The Holocaust Expropriated Art Recovery Act of 2025 will ensure just that. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from Florida yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 1884? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1422 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1422, a bill to impose sanctions with respect to persons engaged in logistical transactions and sanctions evasion relating to oil, gas, liquefied natural gas, and related petrochemical products from the Islamic Republic of Iran and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to place into the record letters between committees of referral on this bill.
Objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1422, the Enhanced Iran Sanctions Act. For decades, the Iranian regime has brutally suppressed its own people while exporting terror across the globe. Tehran has pursued nuclear weapons, expanded its missile and drone programs, sponsored terrorism, and targeted Americans and our allies. On February 28, under President Trump's leadership, U.S. Central Command launched Operation Epic Fury after Iran rejected diplomatic off-ramps and refused to dismantle its nuclear program. Since then, the regime has escalated further, targeting civilian infrastructure and threatening to hold the Strait of Hormuz and our global energy supply hostage. These actions are funded by Iran's illicit oil and gas sales, and now is the time to cut off its revenue streams. H.R. 1422 strengthens secondary sanctions on entities that are enabling Iran to evade existing restrictions and profit from its petroleum trade. This bill sends a very clear message. The United States will not tolerate those who finance the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1422. Mr. Speaker, no one in this chamber should be under any illusions about the nature of the Iranian regime. For decades, Iran has funded terrorist proxies, threatened our partners and allies, supplied training and arms that killed and maimed dozens of American forces in Iraq, and pursued weapons capabilities that destabilize the Middle East and endanger global security. Congress has long acted in a bipartisan way to confront that threat. One of the most powerful tools available to the United States has been economic pressure, sanctions that deny the regime the revenue it uses to fund terrorism, repression, and regional aggression. That is precisely what this legislation seeks to strengthen. The House Foreign Affairs Committee passed this bill out of committee almost a year ago. The purpose was straightforward: to tighten enforcement against Iran's oil trade and target the global financial networks that allows Tehran to continue selling its petroleum despite existing sanctions. This bill provides the executive branch with additional tools to do exactly that, although it is unfortunate that some of the sanction authorities have been watered down at the administration's request. This legislation expands secondary sanction authorities to target foreign companies that knowingly purchase, transport, refine, insure, or finance Iranian oil and petroleum products. That includes shipping companies, port operators, insurance providers, and other logistical actors that help move Iranian crude around the world. Crucially, it focuses attention on the network of foreign refineries and intermediaries, particularly in China, that have become the primary buyers of sanctioned Iranian oil, giving the executive branch clearer authority to penalize those actors and disrupt that trade. Taken together, these measures are intended to close loopholes in the existing sanctions architecture and make it far harder, difficult for Tehran to generate billions of dollars in oil revenue. Unfortunately, while the Trump administration spent years talking about maximum pressure, the reality looked very different. In practice, the administration often failed to enforce the sanctions authority already available to it, and at times actively undermined them. Last year, President Trump pardoned the founder of Binance, who pleaded guilty to sanctions evasion crime pertaining to Iran in 2023. The administration also failed to meaningfully disrupt the Iran-China energy trade or marshal the sustained diplomatic effort required to build international pressure against Tehran's illicit oil exports. As a result, Iran continued generating billions in energy revenue while the administration's policy drifted. Now we find ourselves in a very different and a far more dangerous situation. The United States started a war with Iran that Congress did not authorize, and the American people overwhelmingly thinks makes us less safe. 13 Americans have died in the conflict, and over 140 have been injured. The administration started this military campaign without a strategy or an endgame. The regime has not collapsed, but gas prices are up 30%. Americans are paying $2 billion each and every day because of this administration's impulsive and illegal war. Consider the trade-off. The money Trump has already spent on this war could have paid for a full year of ACA premium tax credit extensions for Americans here at home. And what about that price at the pump? In a ham-handed attempt to fix a problem of its own making, the Trump administration has suspended sanctions against Russian oil used to finance Putin's war machine, while at the same time it dawdles on a peace solution in Ukraine. It's possible that the president will soon declare victory and move on, but the question of Iran will remain, as will its threats of retaliation and destabilization. And it may very well emerge from this conflict damaged, unstable, and led by a leadership even more extreme and vengeful than before. That is why tools like the ones in this bill remain important. Sanctions can help contain the regime's ability to rebuild its terrorist infrastructure, reconstitute its military capabilities, and restart its nuclear ambitions. Strong enforcement of these sanctions can also ensure that Iran cannot once again finance destabilizing activities across the region through oil revenues flowing into Tehran. At the same time, the future of Iran is highly uncertain. Only time will tell whether the conduct of the administration will, in the long run, cause more harm than good. However, our responsibility is to ensure that the Iranian regime does not have the resources to rebuild the machinery of repression at home or violence abroad. This legislation strengthens the tools needed to maintain that pressure for those with the sense to use it. I support this legislation, urge its support, and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California seek to reclaim her time.
Yes, I reclaim my time, and Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, the chairman of the Subcommittee on the Middle East and North Africa, and the author of this important bill.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For decades, presidents and members of Congress of both parties have talked about peace in the Middle East, stability in the Middle East, and freedoms for all who live there is something that all of us should be able to agree on. And almost everyone also agrees that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon and that Iran is the greatest state sponsor of terrorism. Unfortunately, 53 of my colleagues from across the aisle last week chose not to support that belief, voting against a resolution that declared Iran the greatest state sponsor of terrorism. But for the first year of this term, President Trump has prioritized putting in place maximum pressure on the Iranian regime and prioritizing negotiations to stop their uranium enrichment, to stop their nuclear ambitions, to stop their ballistic missiles program, and to stop their financing of terrorism. Unfortunately, the regime refused to negotiate in good faith. 2 weeks ago, President Trump executed Operation Epic Fury to take their ballistic missiles program off the table for them. This offensive also destroyed their air defense system and their naval capabilities. And look where our partners and allies in the region are. They are opposed to a nuclear Iran. They are opposed to an Iranian regime that possesses dangerous intercontinental ballistic missiles. And they support the United States maximum pressure campaign because they know this military engagement did not happen in a silo. This was not a war of choice. The fact is, Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years. The regime has chanted death to America for 47 years. The regime is responsible for the deaths of thousands of Americans and thousands of Israelis and thousands of Muslims. You see them lashing out indiscriminately, striking civilian targets in Arab states. Why? Because they are the face of evil, and they are the greatest force for terrorism around the globe. Now, this comes after the regime funded Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7th. It comes after they funded constant Houthi attacks and funded Hezbollah. And where do they get this financing from? They get it from the illicit oil trade, the oil trade in which China is the biggest purchaser of Iranian petroleum. I was proud last Congress, working alongside then Senator and now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in passing the SHIP Act so that we could actually enforce sanctions against the Iranian regime and their illicit oil trade. And it comes on the heels of a regime in Iran, that has sought to destroy the United States and Israel and our partners. Maximum pressure means strength in the face of these egregious and tragic offenses. And my bill, the Enhanced Iran Sanctions Act, builds on the Trump administration's existing sanctions regime to give them more tools and to cripple the illicit oil trade. and to cripple this unholy alliance between China, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, North Korea, and other bad actors. Now, it does so by authorizing the administration to place secondary sanctions on enablers of Iran's illicit oil trade that has financed their proxies, that has financed their missiles program, that has financed their nuclear ambitions and their uranium enrichment. And this includes essentially any company that has engaged in a transaction involving the processing, refining, export, or transfer of Iranian oil. This includes foreign banks, financial institutions, insurance companies, flagging registries, and more. If someone is knowingly providing financial support to the Iranian regime's largest influx of cash, we should know about it, and we should stop it. And that's what this bill does. This bill expands the authorities to cripple this oil network, to stop the financing of ballistic missiles, to stop the financing of uranium enrichment, to stop the financing of Iran's nuclear ambitions, and to stop their financing of terrorism. This is a multifaceted approach. We saw under the Biden administration, an administration that not only did not enforce sanctions against Iran, it allowed the illicit oil trade to explode to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars. Those funds is what funded October 7th. That's what funded the death and destruction that we have seen across the Middle East. We saw under the Obama administration an attempt to appease the Iranian regime, to drop off pallets of cash in the hopes that somehow that would stop them from pursuing nuclear weapons, that would somehow stop them from possessing enriched uranium, that would somehow stop them from financing terrorism. Peace through strength means understanding that sometimes you must take action. Sometimes you must use military force. And after the regime refused to negotiate in good faith and was mass producing ballistic missiles at such a rate that it would be almost impossible in the future to stop their nuclear ambitions, President Trump took action. This was not an illegal war. This was not a war of choice. Republicans and Democrats have said ad nauseum that Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon. Sadly, it seems some of my colleagues would be okay if they did, so long as Donald Trump wasn't president. Some of my colleagues hate Donald Trump so much that they care more about the fact that he is president than they do about the fact that he is stopping the Iranian regime's 47-year reign of terror. I have listened to some of my colleagues over the last 2 weeks in amazement. They have completely reversed their positions on so many issues, including 53 who just last Congress voted to say that Iran is the greatest state sponsor of terrorism, now no longer believe that. You have candidates running for Congress who are saying that the United States is the terrorist regime. It's insanity. The fact is that we have a responsibility to stop this regime cold, to cut the head off of the snake. That is precisely what we are doing through military action and through a sanctions regime that has crippled Iran's capabilities. And there is more work to be done, and that is why we are passing this legislation. And I want to thank Chairman Mast and Ranking Member Meeks for supporting this through committee. And I want to thank President Trump and the administration for supporting this bill today. It is a testament that even if there are disagreements, we can find bipartisan support, we can find a path forward, and we should be giving this administration and future administrations every tool necessary to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further requests for time, so I'm prepared to close if the majority is prepared to close.
The gentleman continues to reserve. Is the gentlelady ready to close?
I have no more speakers, so I'm prepared to close.
So, gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill will be critical for closing loopholes in our existing sanctions infrastructure against Iran, strengthening the President's authorities to limit Tehran's oil trade. I compliment the bill's sponsor, my colleague from New York. But last year, after an air attack, President Trump announced that we had obliterated Iran's nuclear capacity. But here we are again. Apparently, the job last year wasn't sufficient. Trump's war of choice with Iran this year has made this bill even more necessary. Because while the president may want to move on from this war he has started at some point in time, war is a two-way street. And just because he may want to claim victory, as he already has, and even though Iran's capabilities will be reduced, Iran may very well pose an even greater threat now that diplomacy has been taken off the table by this president. To limit the long-term threat posed by Iran, it is critical that we further limit Tehran's ability to circumvent existing sanctions, tighten the screws on its ability to sell oil, and ensure that it does not gain access to the resources it needs to reconstitute either its nuclear program or its weapons capabilities. This president has put us at considerable risk by starting this war and enabling a regime that is perhaps even more hardline than the one that preceded it. And while we can't close Pandora's box, we can and should take all steps necessary to prevent Tehran from building back the arsenal now that it would surely want to use against us. This bill accomplishes some of that task, and I support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Well, I encourage all my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1422, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2709 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2709, a bill to improve the health and resiliency of giant sequoias and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Elfreth, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2709, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 2709, the bipartisan Save Our Sequoias Act, led by Representatives Fong and Peters of California. More than 120 years ago, President Teddy Roosevelt camped at the Mariposa Grove of giant sequoias in what is today known as Yosemite National Park. And he famously recorded in his diary, and I'm quoting, "The majestic trunks, beautiful in color and in symmetry, rose around us like the pillars of a mightier cathedral than was ever conceived even by the fervor of the Middle Ages," end quote. Mr. Speaker, today the majestic cathedral that inspired one of the nation's greatest conservation presidents is facing an existential threat. In just 2 years, 2020 and 2021, we lost 20% of the world's mature giant sequoias, which grow only in a specific area of California in the Sierra Nevadas, in a combined size roughly the area of Washington, D.C., in about 70 distinct groves. That's the only place on Earth they grow naturally, even though there is one planted out on the mall here in Washington, but it hasn't fared quite as well as those in California. Saying this is unprecedented as an understatement. The last known death by fire of a giant sequoia before this century dates back to 1297 AD. Throughout their ancient lives, known to span over 3 millennia, giant sequoias standing in California today have lived through the rise and fall of the Roman Empire, the birth of Christ, and the founding of our great nation. These trees withstood thousands of years of fires, earthquakes, floods, and anything that Mother Nature could throw their way. But in the next 25 years, these iconic trees could be extinct in the wild because, quite simply, we've been loving them to death. For the first 1,000-year period from 800 to 1800, or for the 1,000-year period from 800 to 1800, giant sequoias experienced an average of 30 fires per century. These low-severity fires cleared out undergrowth and shade-tolerant species, such as white fir, and allowing the semi-serotinous sequoia cones to open and begin the regeneration process. But decades of fire suppression and a lack of forest management dropped the number of fires in these groves by a factor of 10-fold, down to just 3 fires per century, with some groves untouched by fire for over a century. In combination with historic drought conditions, this created a perfect storm of hazardous ladder fuels that carry fire up into the crown of the giant sequoias, creating virtually unstoppable infernos. In the words of Dr. Christy Brigham, a scientist at Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks, bureaucracy is slow, wildfire is fast. And we're going to need to get a lot faster if we want to save these trees. At its normal pace, it would take the Forest Service 52 years to treat just its 19 highest priority groves. That's time we simply do not have. That's where the bipartisan Save Our Sequoias Act comes in today. This legislation gives federal, state, tribal, local, and private land managers the tools they need to expedite the restoration work necessary to protect giant sequoias. The Save Our Sequoias Act expedites environmental reviews, formalizes interagency coordination through the Giant Sequoia Lands Coalition, and declares a congressional emergency to increase the pace and scale of forest management efforts. I would briefly like to clarify the intent of Congress regarding this legislation as it relates to the Wilderness Act. Over the course of several months of bipartisan negotiations involving the Natural Resources Committee, the Department of the Interior, the U.S. Forest Service, and various stakeholders, several improvements were made to the legislation. During these negotiations, there was clear, universal, and unambiguous agreement that the Wilderness Act did not preclude the National Park Service from fulfilling its mission under the Organic Act of 1916 to replant giant sequoias in groves that have been essentially clear-cut by wildfire. Because there was a clear consensus and prior statutory evidence demonstrating the compatibility of the Wilderness Act with these activities, which are fully outlined in the committee's report, the final legislative text did not include any amendments to the Wilderness Act, which would have been unnecessary. This bill, again, is a culmination of years of bipartisan work, and I'd like to thank the many co-leads of this legislation for their dedication and commitment to putting aside partisan politics and doing what's best for this iconic species. I also recognize and thank many of the supporters who were instrumental in the crafting of this legislation, including the Tule River Tribe, the Tulare County, Save the Redwoods League, CAL FIRE, Sierra Forest Products, Clay Jordan, Teresa Benson, Garrett Dickman, as well as Dr. Stephen Sillett, Robert Van Pelt, Kristen Shive, and Christy Brigham. I encourage my colleagues to support this important bipartisan piece of legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support H.R. 5709, the Save Our Sequoias Act, offered by my colleague, the Representative Fung from California. The Save Our Sequoias Act establishes a framework to support the ongoing restoration and recovery of giant sequoias, an iconic keystone species found only in the western slopes of the Sierra Nevada mountains in California. Sequoias are the largest trees on Earth. Some of them grow to be more than 300 feet tall, and they are some of the most fire-resilient species, even evolving to need frequent, low-intensity fires to reproduce and survive. But climate change, drought, and historic fire suppression have led to catastrophic wildfires that are burning hotter and more intensely than ever before. These climate change-driven wildfires are posing an existential threat to giant sequoias, which are struggling to survive. Over the past decade, nearly 20% of the entire population of giant sequoias have died. H.R. 2709 is a targeted bill that would codify existing emergency response efforts by the National Park Service, the U.S. Forest Service, and partners to promote reforestation and reduce future wildfire risk in giant sequoia groves. And these efforts are working. The Giant Sequoia Land Coalition reported that 2024 was a landmark year for conservation work, with restoration and fuels reduction efforts successfully completed across nearly half of the total sequoia grove acreage. I want to thank my Republican colleagues sincerely for their willingness to negotiate in good faith with us on this bill. In our shared commitment to protecting these iconic trees, these national treasures, we came together to address many of our outstanding concerns, ensuring that new authorities provided by the bill prioritize ecological integrity and science-backed decision-making without undermining core environmental standards. The bill was strengthened by that very legislative process. It's a clear, old-fashioned example of how bipartisan negotiations can produce balanced strategic approaches to forest, wildfire, and public land management. And it's an approach I would urge the Natural Resources Committee to continue to take. Looking at the bigger picture here, Mr. Speaker, this bill is just one piece of the puzzle. Our federal land management agencies, including the National Park Service and the U.S. Forest Service, require funding and staffing to fulfill their congressionally mandated missions. And these agencies cannot protect the giant sequoia without Congress giving them the necessary tools to carry out that work. New authorities alone will not save the sequoia. The survival of one of America's most extraordinary national icons is at stake, and I urge Congress to take seriously its responsibility to support and steward our national parks, forests, and public lands from coast to coast. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I would just like to echo the remarks from my colleague, Ms. Elfreth, about how this is the way we should do legislation. You know, we took a field trip out to the sequoias, bipartisan field trip. There's tons of research from academic institutions on what's happening in these sequoia groves. We looked at it. We worked together to create bipartisan legislation. Honestly, we're way past time that we should have passed this bill, but I'm so thankful that we've been able to get it on the floor today. I look forward to it passing out of the House and then moving on over to the Senate. And this bill sparked something else. We passed a very bipartisan bill in the House called the Fix Our Forest Act, based off of the work we did on the Save Our Sequoias Act. That bill's over in the Senate right now waiting for Senate action, and as we're moving into spring and we'll soon be moving into the summer months when wildfires are raging, that's another bill that we can't delay in getting passed. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, a co-sponsor of the bill, Mr. Valadeo, who was on that field trip that we took when we saw the devastation in the sequoia groves.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, and Chairman, that was a really good tour. I think it was about 4 years ago, and as a dairy farmer, it's always interesting for us to learn the different parts of growing plants and animals and the impacts they have. And your expertise on this piece of legislation specifically really shone through on those days when we were driving around and spending a lot of time within Speaker McCarthy and a bipartisan group of members. We did learn a lot. But Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge support for the Save Our Sequoias Act. For generations, the giant sequoias have stood as one of the most recognizable symbols of California. These trees are remarkably resilient to fire and were once considered virtually indestructible. But today, they face a crisis of their own making, of our own making. More than a century of fire suppression and forest mismanagement has allowed dangerous levels of fuel to build up around these groves, turning natural fires into catastrophic, high-severity wildfires. Since 2015, these fires have caused unprecedented destruction. And in just the last few years, nearly 1/5 of all giant sequoias have been lost. Without urgent action, we risk losing countless more. That's why I'm proud to co-sponsor the Save Our Sequoias Act. This bill provides land managers with the emergency tools and resources they need to protect the remaining groves by strengthening coordination among federal, state, tribal, and local partners, establishing a comprehensive assessment to prioritize wildfire risk reduction, and streamlining reviews so critical forest management can move forward quickly while maintaining strong scientific standards. The Save Our Sequoias Act also encourages private partnerships to support restoration and establishes a comprehensive reforestation strategy to regenerate groves lost to recent wildfires. Mr. Speaker, protecting the giant sequoias is about safeguarding a natural legacy for future generations, and I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation, and I thank the chairman for his efforts in this legislation over the last few years. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
And Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close, and I do.
Gentlelady from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, when I was in forestry school, the thing we learned about giant sequoias is they have this really thick layer of bark, and at the time we didn't even really think it was possible to kill a giant sequoia with wildfire. That's because, as I mentioned earlier, it was 1297 when the last known death by fire occurred, and trees are like history books because you can count their rings and go back in time and you can see what happened. These trees have withstood fires for millennia, but in the blink of an eye, we could lose them all because the fire doesn't just burn down around the trunks anymore. With these other trees growing up into the crowns, it creates a ladder to take the fuel up into the crowns of the trees. Henry Ford once said that failure is the opportunity to begin again more intelligently. The Save Our Sequoias Act is our opportunity to begin managing giant sequoia groves more intelligently. I urge my colleagues to support the Save Our Sequoias Act, and I urge the Senate to swiftly take up this bill and send it to the President's desk. Before I close, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Agriculture.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his balance of his time. The question, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2709? Those in favor say aye. Aye. The question, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2709 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules of the House are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Thank you. For what purpose the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4467 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 387, H.R. 4467. A bill to modify the boundary of the Vicksburg National Military Park in the state of Mississippi and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Elfreth, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 4467, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 4467, the Vicksburg National Military Park Boundary Modification Act, which was introduced by Representative Thompson and is co-sponsored by the entire Mississippi congressional delegation. This legislation conveys 2 small parcels of National Park Service land to the state of Mississippi to build a new state-of-the-art welcome center for Vicksburg National Military Park. Vicksburg National Military Park marks the site of the Battle of Vicksburg, one of the true watershed moments of the Civil War. Over the course of 6 weeks in 1863, Union forces under General Ulysses S. Grant encircled the Confederate stronghold at Vicksburg, ultimately forcing its surrender on July 4, 1863. The victory gave the Union full control of the Mississippi River, split the Confederacy in half, and is widely recognized by historians as a turning point in the war. Today, Vicksburg National Military Park contains more than 1,300 monuments and markers, 20 miles of reconstructed trenches, the USS Cairo gunboat, and the Vicksburg National Cemetery. The park serves as a major destination in Mississippi for education, reflection, and historical tourism. In fact, in 2022, more than 400,000 visitors came to Vicksburg, generating approximately $36 million in economic activity and supporting hundreds of local jobs. While that economic and educational impact is substantial, it is currently constrained by aging visitor facilities that limit public engagement. To address this, the state of Mississippi is leading an effort to build a new state-of-the-art welcome center, which will be financed with non-federal dollars. H.R. 4467 helps support this effort by transferring 2 small parcels of National Park Service land, totaling approximately 7 acres, to the state so they can build this new facility for visitors. This legislation is an important practical step that will enhance the visitor experience without unnecessary expense to the federal taxpayer. This is a model for future public-private partnerships and a win-win for both the federal government and the state of Mississippi. By improving visitor experiences and enhancing a site integral to American history, this bill also directly advances the goals of President Trump's executive order on celebrating America's 250th birthday. I thank the entire Mississippi congressional delegation for their work advancing this practical bill that will improve public access and education during America's 250th anniversary year and at this hallowed site. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 4467, offered by my colleague, Representative Thompson of Mississippi. H.R. 4467 authorizes the National Park Service to convey 2 small pieces of property within Vicksburg National Military Park to the state of Mississippi. This partnership will enhance the visitor experience at the park by facilitating the construction of a new visitor center built and eventually staffed by the state of Mississippi. Strategically partnering with the state will empower our federal park rangers to provide visitors with a deeper understanding of such a sacred and important place. The siege of Vicksburg was a crucial moment in the Civil War. Positioned on the Mississippi River in central Mississippi, Confederate President Jefferson Davis called the city of Vicksburg the nailhead that holds the South's 2 halves together. As President Lincoln saw it, Vicksburg is the key to winning the war. Eager to capture the important city, Union General Ulysses S. Grant ordered the siege of Vicksburg in 1863, and by July 4th of that year, the Union Army had finally found control over the Mississippi River. Coupled with the defeat of the Confederate troops at Gettysburg, the siege of Vicksburg was a turning point in the war, paving the way for Union victory. As we approach the 250th anniversary of the founding of our nation, we must reflect on all parts of our history: the good, the bad, and the ugly, the lessons we need to learn, the mistakes we cannot afford to repeat. Sites like Vicksburg National Military Park are where Americans can learn about our past, and sanitizing these hallowed sites is a disservice to our nation's history. H.R. 4467 is an opportunity. My hope is that the new visitor center will convey the full weight of the painful battle and the context of the Civil War to share the uncomfortable truth rather than perpetuate, unfortunately, this administration's erasure of history. I want to thank Representative Thompson and the entire Mississippi delegation for introducing this bill. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 4467 and to join me in the preservation of our nation's past. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentlelady prepared to close. Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields the balance of her time. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a common sense bill that helps a local community improve a pivotal Civil War era military park while reducing the federal estate. As we celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary, this bill will allow Mississippians to take the lead in telling the story of Vicksburg for generations to come. I urge passage of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House, the gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4467 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4284 as amended.
The clerk will report the bill, the title of the bill.
H.R. 4284, a bill to amend the Small Tract Act of 1983 to authorize the Secretary of Agriculture to convey without consideration certain cemeteries and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Elfreth, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 4284, the bill under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of Representative Ledger Fernandez's bill, H.R. 4284, the Small Cemetery Conveyance Act. All across the West, there are small historic cemeteries in rural communities that sit on or adjacent to federal land. These are places where families and communities have laid their loved ones to rest for generations, long before jurisdictional boundaries were drawn on a map. But because of the federal government's large footprint around these cemeteries, basic access for upkeep, ceremonies, or simply paying respects to loved ones can turn into a bureaucratic mess. H.R. 4284 is a common sense fix. It gives the U.S. Forest Service, which administers a significant portion of the lands near or under these cemeteries, clear authority under the Small Tract Act to transfer small cemetery parcels to the people best positioned to care for them, the local and tribal governments with close connections to those laid to rest. Rather than going through the lengthy process of requiring an act of Congress to convey each individual parcel on a one-off basis, this bill establishes a legal framework for communities to gain possession of historic cemeteries. The legislation respects local stewardship and reduces the federal footprint, all while ensuring safeguards are in place to make sure these hallowed sites are used as cemeteries in perpetuity. This bill puts locals in charge of the cemeteries they have maintained for centuries, allowing the Forest Service to focus on their core mission, restoring health and resiliency to our nation's overgrown, fire-prone federal lands. This bill removes red tape from the burdensome process of transferring land in these special cases so that local communities can more easily honor their loved ones and be stewards of the places where their ancestors are at peace. I support this bipartisan piece of legislation and would like to thank Representative Ledger Fernandez and Representative Hurd for their work together on this bill. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserved. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 4284, the Small Cemetery Conveyance Act, introduced by my colleague from New Mexico, Representative Ledger Fernandez. H.R. 4284 amends the Small Tract Act of 1983 to allow states, local governments, federally recognized tribes, and land-grant Mercedes to request small conveyances of cemetery land. As the chairman said, this is an important update that sets out to fix a deeply personal problem for many rural communities, particularly in the West. Land-grant and tribal communities have existed long before the United States of America or the Forest Service were around. Today, many of these communities find their cemeteries located on Forest Service land, and this bill will enhance access and improve stewardship of these important tracts. While H.R. 4284 waives the need to pay for an exchange land for these sites, this does not signify or give away or sell off these public lands. This is rather about dignity and respect. Importantly, this bill requires all conveyed lands to be managed as a cemetery in perpetuity, and this ensures an ongoing public purpose and allows communities to take care of their ancestors for generations to come. I thank my colleague from New Mexico and my colleague from Colorado for their efforts to return these important burial sites to their constituents. I ask my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I again urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a simple bipartisan measure that serves the spiritual needs of rural, tribal, and local communities across the West. It lightens the administrative burden on the Forest Service, reduces the federal footprint, and above all, returns the protection and care of local cemeteries to those with the closest connections to them. Before I close, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Agriculture.
Without objection, so ordered.
I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House, gentleman yields back his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4284 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1665.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 416, H.R. 1665. A bill to require the Department of the Interior and the Department of Agriculture to establish online portals to accept, process, and dispose of certain Form 299s and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Elfreth, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 1665, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I rise today in strong support of the Digital Applications Act, a bipartisan bill introduced by Representative Kamek. This important legislation directs the Departments of the Interior and Agriculture to establish online portals to accept, process, and track applications to deploy broadband infrastructure on federal lands. The United States faces a persistent digital divide, with tens of millions of Americans still lacking access to basic broadband services. Many of these Americans live in rural areas or on tribal lands near federally managed land. For these communities, broadband isn't a luxury, it's essential infrastructure. It means students can do their homework at home, small businesses can reach customers and compete in the modern economy, farmers and ranchers can use precision tools, and families can access telehealth, emergency services, and basic information. Without reliable internet, entire communities are left at a disadvantage. In too many cases, the problem isn't a lack of interest from providers, but rather the federal permitting process. Today, broadband providers face a system that is slow, opaque, and unpredictable. Applications can sit for months with little to no communication. Providers have no idea where their application stands, whether more information is needed, or when a decision might come. That uncertainty makes it harder to plan projects and invest resources, ultimately delaying the delivery of internet access to the communities that need it most. This permitting morass is exactly how the Biden-Harris administration wasted $42 billion in taxpayer funds to deploy broadband infrastructure across the country and failed to connect a single household. Throwing money at this problem is not the answer. We need common sense permitting reform. Representative Kamek's legislation offers a real, straightforward solution to a discrete problem. By creating online portals for broadband application, agencies can bring transparency and accountability to the permitting process. Applicants will be able to track their submissions, see where they are in the review process, and understand exactly what is needed to move forward. This kind of transparency is a simple fix that can bring more predictability to developers and help speed deployment. H.R. 1665 will help build essential infrastructure faster, smarter, and with more transparency. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan legislation, and I commend Representative Kamek for her leadership on this effort. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. The gentleman reserved. Gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1665, the Digital Application Act, sponsored by my colleagues, Representative Kamek and Representative Matsui, which would promote accessibility and transparency in the permitting process for communications use authorizations. While many agencies are working to modernize their systems, application processes too often continue to rely on snail mail or email, which can lead to delays and challenges in submitting and processing. H.R. 1665 complements ongoing agency efforts to modernize the federal permitting system by requiring the Department of Interior and the U.S. Forest Service to establish online portals for processing applications to locate or modify communications or broadband equipment and infrastructure on federal lands. This is a bipartisan solution to address delays in the permitting process appropriately while also supporting expanded digital connectivity across our public lands. In the year 2026, I want to thank the representatives for bringing this common sense solution. It's about time we bring internet access to every corner of our country, and I want to thank the bill sponsor. I urge support of H.R. 1665, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the lead sponsor of the bill, Ms. Kamek.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your support. Today, I rise in support of H.R. 1665, the Digital Applications Act, legislation that I introduced to modernize how our federal agencies process applications for communications infrastructure on federal lands. At its core, this bill is about something very simple: bringing outdated government processes into the digital age. Today, companies seeking to deploy broadband infrastructure on federal lands must often submit a Form 299 to the Department of Interior or the Department of Agriculture to obtain authorization for communication facilities such as towers or related equipment. These authorizations can take the form of easements, right-of-ways, leases, or licenses. But despite the importance of these projects, particularly when connectivity is needed more than ever, and public safety is a priority, the application process itself is far too paper-based, fragmented, and slow. In 2026, that just doesn't make sense. The Digital Applications Act fixes that by requiring the Department of Interior and Department of Agriculture to establish online portals to accept, process, and manage these forms. These portals will allow applicants to submit materials electronically, track the progress, and improve coordination across agencies. It's a straightforward reform, but one with real impact. For communities across the country, especially rural communities like the ones I represent in Florida, delays in permitting infrastructure can mean delays in access, weaker wireless coverage, and deployment that is slower of technologies that are critical to support economic growth and public safety. When we talk about closing the digital divide, it's not just about funding new networks. It's also about removing unnecessary red tape and bureaucratic barriers that slow down this progress. This bill does exactly that. By digitizing the application process, we can reduce these administrative delays, increase transparency, and provide applicants with a clear path forward when seeking a path to build infrastructure on these lands. The Digital Applications Act also reflects strong bipartisan cooperation, and I want to thank my colleague, Representative Matsui, for working so hard with me on this to advance a common sense solution. At a time when Americans expect government to operate with the same efficiency they experience in the private sector, modernizing outdated systems should be something that we can all agree on. This bill improves government operations, supports broadband, and helps ensure that our communications infrastructure keeps pace with the needs of the 21st century. I urge all of my colleagues to support the Digital Applications Act, and with that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense legislation, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I once again thank Representative Kamek for her leadership on the Digital Applications Act. This legislation, again, will help get rural America online to support students, small businesses, farmers, and ranchers and families. It will help constituents in my home state of Arkansas, as well as Americans across the country who live in remote areas near federal lands. Before I close, I'll ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Agriculture.
Without objection.
I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 1665, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1665? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose is the gentleman from So for what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 2294, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2294, a bill to reauthorize the Integrated Coastal and Ocean Observation System Act of 2009.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, and the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Elfreth, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2294, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consent.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2294 to reauthorize the Integrated Coastal and Ocean Observation System of 2009, sponsored by Representative Ezell from Mississippi. The Integrated Coastal and Ocean Observation System, or IOS, is a public-private partnership of coastal observation systems that provide local decision makers with the latest science to prepare for and protect coastal communities from disasters, while also supporting numerous industries that operate in our marine waters. The legislation before us would authorize the program through fiscal year 2030, ensuring continued support for fisheries, maritime industries, and coastal communities. I commend Representative Ezell for his leadership, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2294, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to support H.R. 2294, bipartisan legislation to reauthorize the Integrated Coastal and Ocean Observation System Act, or IOS. There's some confusion on our side. Regardless, it's a great program, a common-sense, science-based solution that brings together my colleagues on both sides of the aisle around our shared commitment to protecting our coastal communities. I'm proud to work with my colleague, Representative Ezell, as one of the bipartisan group of 25 co-sponsors on this critical issue. Timely ocean and coastal data is essential to keeping our coastal economies, like the one I represent, running and protecting our communities. H.R. 2294 reauthorized the IOS program that deliver that invaluable data, and that helps us everything from our emergency preparedness to our fisheries management programs in the states that we represent. IOS helps to track changing ocean temperatures, measure wave activity, predict harmful algal blooms, monitor sea level rise, and improve storm surge forecasts that help emergency managers make life-saving evacuation decisions. IOS provides data to states, ports, the Coast Guard, FEMA, and any other business or agency that needs real-time access to ocean conditions. With natural disasters causing an estimated $12 billion with a B in average annual damages, sustained investment in IOS remains essential to ensure accurate weather and climate forecasts that protect our infrastructure, public safety, and economic resilience. This bipartisan bill extends IOS through 2030, strengthening partnerships with regional ocean observation systems, and ensuring that critical ocean data continues to flow to federal, state, and local decision makers who depend on it. From the Gulf Coast to the Golden Coast to the Chesapeake Bay, when Republicans and Democrats work together on science-based solutions, we can protect both our natural resources and the communities that depend on them. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Ezell.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 2294, legislation to reauthorize the Integrated Coastal and Ocean Observation System Act of 2009. The bill ensures the continued operation of Integrated Ocean Observing System, which is a nationwide network of buoys, radars, underwater gliders, and forecasting models that collect critical ocean and coastal data. These tools help provide real-time information on ocean conditions, weather patterns, coastal hazards, and marine ecosystems. This information is essential for a wide range of Americans who rely on our oceans and coastlines every single day. It supports commercial fishing, fishermen, shipping and maritime operations, offshore energy development, hurricane forecasting, and coastal disaster preparedness. It also helps federal, state, and local officials make informed decisions to protect both lives and livelihoods along our coast. For coastal states like Mississippi, like mine, and many others across the country, accurate and timely ocean data is not a luxury, it's a necessity. When hurricanes threaten our shores, when fishermen head out to work, or when communities are preparing for coastal flooding, the data collected through the Integrated Ocean Observing System helps ensure they have the best information available to stay safe and make informed decisions. My bill simply reauthorizes this important program and strengthens coordination between federal agencies and regional observing systems so that the data being collected is more accessible and more reliable and more useful for the communities that depend on it. This is a bipartisan, common-sense measure that supports science, strengthens coastal resilience, and ensures we continue to have the tools necessary to understand and respond to changing ocean conditions. I would like to thank my colleagues, Chairman Westerman, for helping get this bill on the floor. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman reserves, gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close, or yes, I urge my colleagues to support this critical legislation, and I yield the balance of my time.
You reserve?
I reserve.
You reserve. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Fong.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, the Save Our Sequoias Act. I first want to thank Chairman Westerman for his tremendous leadership and collaboration. I introduced this legislation with my California colleague, Representative Scott Peters, to safeguard our remaining giant sequoia groves, most in my district, by cutting red tape and restoring resilience to our forests. Giant sequoias, the world's largest trees, are only naturally found in 70 groves across 37,000 acres in California. Unfortunately, over the last century, fire suppression practices and forest mismanagement have led to a dangerous buildup of fuels, which in combination with increasingly intense wildfires has caused the unparalleled destruction of these iconic trees. In the last 5 years alone, there has been a nearly 20% loss of our giant sequoias. That's not to mention that at its current pace, it would take the U.S. Forest Service 52 years to treat just the 19 most at-risk giant sequoia groves. Our giant sequoias are a true national treasure. We cannot afford to let burdensome regulations prevent us from safeguarding them. My bipartisan bill would enhance interagency coordination between state, federal, and tribal partners, accelerate forest restoration efforts, and provide important science-based resources to land managers to protect these ancient trees from further destruction. The world's only giant sequoia groves provide critical economic, scientific, and cultural benefits for our local tribes, researchers, and our communities. Speeding up fuel reductions and wildfire mitigation practices in these remaining groves will boost the resilience of our forests and protect these giants for years to come. I want to thank the 29 members from both sides of the aisle who co-sponsored this bill, as well as the staff on the House Natural Resources Committee for helping to pass this important bipartisan bill, which will ensure California's remaining sequoias endure for generations to come. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves?
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and am prepared to close, and I do continue to reserve my time.
Gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this critical legislation, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back her balance of her time. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill provides communities with real-time data and information with the ocean or about the ocean and coastal areas and the Great Lakes. This helps them remain strong and resilient, even in the face of natural disasters. Once again, I'd like to thank Mr. Ezell for his diligent work and attention to this issue. It's incredibly important to coastal communities, incredibly important to those that rely on the data and scientific information that comes from our great waterways. But before I close, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology.
Without objection.
I urge the passage of H.R. 2294, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2294 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Okay, there.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 3073.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 440, H.R. 3073, a bill to confer jurisdiction on the state of Utah with respect to civil causes of action arising on or within the Indian lands of the Shivwits Band of Paiutes and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, and the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Elfreth, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 3073, the bill
Without
now
objection.
under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, in 2022, a 10th Circuit Court of Appeals case studied the Shivwits Band of Paiutes accordingly due to the opportunity for economic development when the court ruled that Utah state courts lacked the jurisdiction to hear cases involving on-reservation conduct. If an issue were to arise between the tribe and an outside investor, there would be no guarantee that a state court could intervene. As a result, outside groups have grown hesitant to work with the Shivwits Band. H.R. 3073, the Shivwits Band of Paiutes Jurisdictional Clarity Act, introduced by Ms. Malloy of Utah, would clarify in statute that the Utah state courts hold jurisdiction over civil cases involving members of the Shivwits Band on their tribal land. In addition, this legislation would follow congressional precedent by amending the Long-Term Leasing Act to allow Shivwits Band to lease land held in trust for up to 99 years. I want to commend Ms. Malloy for her work on behalf of her constituency. I support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 3073, offered by my friend from Utah, Representative Malloy. H.R. 3073 would confer civil jurisdiction to the state of Utah over actions arising on or within the lands of the Shivwits Band of Paiutes. Under this legislation, these civil causes of action could be heard in Utah state courts, providing both the tribe and outside partners with a clear forum to resolve disputes. The bill also amends the Long-Term Leasing Act to allow the band to lease their lands for up to 99 years. Similar amendments have been enacted for a number of other tribes, and this bill provides the band with that same authority. I urge support for the bill to help address challenges the band has faced in pursuing economic development opportunities, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Utah, the lead sponsor of this bill, Ms. Malloy.
Gentlewoman is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 3073, the Shivwits Band of Paiute Jurisdictional Clarity Act. This narrow bill gives a tribal neighbor a fair opportunity to pursue economic development and build a stronger future for their people. My office has worked closely with leaders from the Shivwits Band of Paiutes to understand the challenges they're facing. This legislation is the result of those conversations and reflects the solutions the tribe believes will help them move forward while serving their members. The Shivwits Band wants to pursue economic opportunities on their lands, but the recent decision from the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals that's already been mentioned placed new barriers in the way, complicating, maybe even threatening their economic plans. The court held that even when a tribe clearly waives sovereign immunity in a contract and consents to a state court's jurisdiction, state courts may still lack authority to hear disputes unless a series of additional requirements are met, requirements that are not easy to meet. Those hurdles created uncertainty for the Shivwits Band in attracting potential business partners. Without clarity for business partners, opportunities for the band would be lost. Leaders from the Shivwits Band have spoken clearly on the need for a better path forward, and this is what they said in their own words. The Shivwits tribe and local community leaders have found a new way forward, collaboration instead of conflict, and cooperation instead of contention. This bill allows the tribe to align those interests with potential business partners that can help drive economic development on reservations. H.R. 3073 provides that path forward. It clarifies that Utah state courts can resolve certain civil disputes involving the Shivwits Band when those disputes arise from agreements where the band has clearly and voluntarily waived sovereign immunity. At the same time, the bill fully preserves tribal sovereignty. Nothing in this legislation forces the tribe to waive immunity. The choice remains entirely theirs. And for those reasons, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3073, and I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close, but I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no further requests for time, and we are prepared to close. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is now recognized to close.
I have no further requests for time, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentlewoman is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I again commend my colleague from Utah, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized again.
Madam Speaker, H.R. 3073 ensures that the Shivwits Band of Paiutes' sovereignty remains intact while offering legal certainty and economic development with outside investors. Additionally, the tribe would be able to lease its land for up to 99 years, as Congress has done previously for many other tribes. This creates new economic opportunities for the tribe, which are well-deserved. I thank Ms. Malloy for her work, and I urge the passage of H.R. 3073, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 3073? Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 4294, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 436, H.R. 4294, a bill to direct the Secretary of Commerce to establish a pilot program with respect to the sale of blue catfish caught within the Chesapeake Bay watershed.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, and the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Elfreth, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 4294, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4294, the Mitigation Action and Waterman Support Act, also known as the MAWS Act of 2026. The legislation I was proud to co-sponsor with Congresswoman Elfreth. Having grown up on the Chesapeake Bay, I understand firsthand how important it is to protect our marine wildlife and restore the bay's ecosystem. In fact, I worked in the commercial fishing realm and recreational fishing realm for a number of years there, and my son today is also a commercial fisherman, knows the bay well, and knows how problematic the blue catfish is to the Chesapeake Bay. Unfortunately, the blue catfish has become an invasive species that poses a growing threat to the biodiversity of the bay's waters and the seafood industries that depend on a healthy bay. These fish are aggressive predators that consume many of the species that define the Chesapeake Bay, things like blue crabs, striped bass, and other native fish that are vital to the bay's ecological balance and to the watermen whose lives depend on them. I hear daily from watermen across the spectrum saying how harmful the blue catfish are to the Chesapeake Bay. When I've had a chance to go out there and see the number of blue catfish in the Bay watershed, it is astounding, the biomass that's there. It's a wonder anything in the Bay can survive based upon the volume of blue catfish that are there. And this does have an impact on watermen up and down the Bay, not just in Virginia, but also there in Maryland. While positive steps we know have been taken to address this issue, more has to be done. The MAWS Act establishes a pilot program within NOAA's Chesapeake Bay office aimed at tackling the growing threat that these invasive blue catfish pose to the Chesapeake Bay and the fisheries that sustain our coastal communities. It's key to our economics to make sure we have crabs that people go to enjoy, that we have striped bass that people go to restaurants to enjoy. If not, these blue catfish will be the only thing left in the Chesapeake Bay. By supporting increased harvesting of blue catfish and studying its impact on the Bay's biodiversity, this program will help protect valuable native species like blue crabs and striped bass and the watermen that depend on them. The legislation also explores practical uses of these harvested fish, including in the pet and animal food industry. This will help ensure their removal while making sure that we have sustainable commercial fishing industries there in the Chesapeake Bay. We know we want to do all we can to support the hardworking men and women who make their living on the Bay. This is a bipartisan, common-sense approach that supports our watermen while helping to restore the balance to one of America's most important ecosystems. The Chesapeake Bay, by far, is the most diverse and productive water system on the face of the earth. This imbalance is causing big problems in the Bay. This will go a long ways to make sure we create those opportunities for our watermen and also open up more economic opportunities for the commercial fishing industry. I urge my colleagues to support this measure. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for recognizing me and including H.R. 4294, the MAWS Act, in today's suspension package, a piece of legislation I was so proud to work in partnership in crafting with the gentleman from Virginia. The Chesapeake Bay, the largest estuary in the nation that is responsible for $100 billion in annual economic value, is facing a critical, albeit delicious, threat: the invasive blue catfish. These blue catfish were introduced into tidal areas of the bay in the 1970s for recreational purposes under the assumption that they would stay in the freshwater and not venture into the brackish water of the larger bay. That assumption has turned out to be catastrophically wrong. Blue catfish are now not only in every tidal area of the Chesapeake Bay watershed, but they are the most abundant biomass in many of them. And the threat is real. Blue catfish can live up to 20 years. They can weigh up to 100 pounds. They eat approximately 10% of their body weight every day and have an extremely fast metabolism. The imbalance my colleague from Virginia just spoke about in our ecosystem has created a situation where, because they eat so much, their meals frequently consist of staples of our seafood industry and staples of Maryland and Virginia's culture: baby blue crabs, rockfish, even oysters, causing significant economic damage to our seafood industry at large, which is a central part of our economies in the Bay region. Making matters worse, these blue catfish, because they are invasive, have no natural predators in the bay to control that population growth. Because of this, they are now estimate there are tens of millions of these fish throughout the entire Chesapeake Bay region, and that's just growing rapidly. The good news, Madam Speaker, is that blue catfish are delicious and nutritious. They are high in protein and omega-3s, and according to a new report from Bay scientists, these catfish do not retain PFAS like other fish. The market for human consumption has grown significantly across the region due to a concerted marketing campaign, processors who make bold investments, and chefs who are willing to take a risk, with blue catfish dishes popping up in restaurant menus and fillets on sale at your local market. But that market has a few critical limitations that are inhibiting our ability to control this catastrophe. First, blue catfish are the only fish inspected by the USDA. All other fish are under the jurisdiction of the FDA, and this adds significant hurdles for seafood processors and watermen who want to sell blue catfish for human consumption. I'd be remiss, Madam Speaker, if I didn't highlight that this very red tape, this bureaucracy, is a limitation placed on the industry by the Congress itself. Second, state health regulations indicate that blue catfish Filet is safe for human consumption in fish no larger than 25 pounds. This means there are tens of millions of fish over 25 pounds, or up to 85 pounds actually, that watermen struggle to sell because they cannot be processed for human consumption and the market is not there. Fortunately, they are completely safe for inclusion in pet food, in the pet food industry. Third, on the other end of the spectrum, there are millions of more than 1 to 2 pound blue catfish that are not big enough to fillet and consequently aren't sold for processing for people. The smallish fish are among the most aggressive predators of the species that our species for our industry relies on, stealthily eating eggs in otherwise hard to access habitats. We have made significant critical progress, like the USDA grant program, which provides financial support to processors and food banks, but there remains the problem that only the very narrow window of 2 to 25 pound fish can be sold for human consumption. We are left without a solution to the question, what are watermen supposed to do with every other size? They can't just throw them back. While we can do our part, everybody here and everybody watching at home, including my mother, can do their part in ordering the blue catfish when you see it on a menu. Again, it's delicious and nutritious. This is not a problem that we are capable of eating our way out of. That is why I introduced the Bipartisan Malls Act alongside House Natural Resources Committee Vice Chairman Mr. Whitman to invest funds to address invasive blue catfish and strengthen our local seafood economy while also providing a new source of protein to pets nationwide. The Malls Act establishes this pilot program within the NOAA Chesapeake Bay office to facilitate a market for Chesapeake Bay blue catfish in the pet and animal food industry. This program will complement the growing market for human consumption by forging new partnerships with pet and animal food manufacturers nationwide who otherwise do not have a footprint in the Chesapeake Bay. And it would establish a sustainable outlet for fish that are outside the window for human consumption by giving watermen and processors more opportunities to sell the smallest and the largest blue catfish. NOAA will enter into cooperative agreements with pet and animal food manufacturers to sell watermen and processors to ensure that they are properly incentivized to catch blue catfish in the bay and establish transportation, processing, and manufacturing structures for that long-term market need. By having a customer base with consistent and reliable price points, watermen can feel confident that this is worth their while to catch blue catfish of all shapes and sizes, knowing there will be somebody at the end of the dock to buy it for a fair price. Price points for this pilot program will be established in a collaborative effort between watermen, processors, manufacturers, scientists, economists. We spent a year crafting this bill, compromising to make sure that everybody's voices were heard and everybody had a seat at the table, ensuring every corner of the industry has a seat and a voice in the decision of what the baseline market price for fillet, byproduct, and whole fish will be for this program. Additionally, in the many months of engagement on this bill with watermen, processors, and manufacturers, we learned that transportation mechanisms are a complex web of coordinated pickups, often with processors going right to the front door of the homes of watermen to pick up their daily catch. In order to make participation in this program feasible and promote the establishment of long-term transportation processes, 15% of the total grant funding can be used by grantees to establish these new routes across the Chesapeake Bay in partnership with established routes led by processors. Throughout this 2-year pilot program, NOAA will collect data on the ecological and economic impacts of the program. NOAA will report back to this Congress on best practices, lessons learned, and recommendations for additional species and other watersheds that may benefit from this program. Our seafood industry across the Chesapeake Bay is the heart of our economy, but many factors far outside the control of watermen and processors have left the industry in a dire situation. Extreme weather, deep freezes, unexpected waterway discharge, and a national affordability crisis are threatening the livelihoods of our watermen, not to mention the ever-increasing blue catfish population. The Malls Act, again, is the result of intensive collaboration and creativity of stakeholders across the watershed as we sought to address this ecological and economic damage of the invasive species in a way that complements and strengthens the growing market for human consumption. This is not an either-or. This is a yes and all hands-on-deck approach. If this innovative approach is successful, it's our hope that a similar tool can be utilized to combat invasive aquatic species in other waterways across the nation. Think carp that are wreaking havoc in the Mississippi River and in the Great Lakes. Think snakeheads that are invading North Carolina, Missouri, Arkansas, and more. I'm proud to lead this effort of a one-of-a-kind legislation in partnership with my colleague from Virginia, Representative Whitman, Representative Kiggins, as well as Representative Hoyer. I want to thank the chair and his staff for providing such technical assistance to this bill, and I want to thank my colleagues for supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, for 4 minutes.
Mr. Self from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise to claim time in opposition. I am here to represent the gentleman from Maryland, Representative Andy Harris, in his opposition to H.R. 4294. I rise to request unanimous consent to submit a letter titled Coalition Letter from Maryland Blue Catfish Processors Opposing the Malls Act.
Without objection. Gentleman? Okay, gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close, but I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I want to reiterate my appreciation to Mr. Whitman from Virginia and the committee staff and all of the stakeholders who spent the last year crafting this creative solution to a problem that threatens the economy and ecology of the greatest natural resource we have in Maryland and Virginia, the Chesapeake Bay. This is an innovative solution. I hope when you visit with other folks who are policymakers, what we hate to hear is we've always done it this way or we've never done it that way. This moment, this crisis that we are experiencing in the Chesapeake Bay requires innovation, it requires creativity, it requires partnerships and collaboration. That's exactly what the Malls Act represents. And I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized yet again.
Madam Speaker, as we've heard, this bill does quite a bit to open up free markets for fishermen that want to be able to use this very abundant resource. The blue catfish, incredibly abundant, in fact, to the detriment of other species. There are species that everybody loves. So opening up free markets and opening up opportunities for those fishermen is incredibly important. What this also does is to take down bureaucratic impediments. We know right now, because of the structure, that USDA has to inspect these plants that process catfish, creates an inordinate stress on that industry. And for many of them, because they don't predominate in processing blue catfish, they can't afford to have a full-time USDA inspector in their plant. What this will do is to say, let's look at other ways to be able to utilize. This is a great source of protein. As the world today looks for protein, remember there's a protein deficit around the world, and we have an overabundance of protein here in the Chesapeake Bay with these blue catfish, that we ought to be looking at other ways to do that, not just for human consumption. As Ms. Elfred talked about, there is a place for human consumption of these fish, but there's also a place outside of that that commercial fishermen could fill if we allow them to be used for other purposes, especially for pet food. If you look at one of the industries today, that's the fastest growing industry in the United States, it is in the pet industry. So why wouldn't we look at these opportunities that will help our watermen, that will help the environment, that will help other populations like crabs and striped bass? We want to do that. We want to make sure we're doing those things that'll help our economy, that will alleviate some of the bureaucratic impediments for these individuals to work hard and make a living on the water. As I said, my son's a waterman, goes out every day with no assurance about what he'll catch. You know, he's one of the true last independent business people left in the United States, where you go out today, you're not sure if you're going to catch anything. And if you have something that creates an undue pressure on what you're relying on to make a living on, then you want to try to alleviate that and create that balance there. This does that. This takes some of the pressure off of the blue crab population that for the last decade has been under tremendous pressure in the Chesapeake Bay. It takes pressure off the striped bass populations who right now are on the decline, whose watermen in Virginia and Maryland rely on the striped bass. It's a heavily managed fishery, but when you have these other pressures on there, we want to make sure that we have the right balance. What this does is to open up the door to make sure that those things happen, that we look to enhance coastal economies that right now are under significant duress. Watermen struggle and have to fish multiple species in order to make a living. This would be a great enhancement to them. If we can do this, it helps the area economically. It also takes away some of the burdens on seafood processors that have those burdens that sometimes can't get into this industry because of the regulatory burdens. This is a great way for us to do that. The economic impact is going to be significant, I would argue, not just for the Chesapeake Bay, but also surrounding areas who also rely upon the bounty that comes out of the Chesapeake Bay. So with that, Madam Speaker, I would urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4294, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4294? Those in favor? Yes, 4294 as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Madam Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman request yeas and nays?
Yeas and nays.
So ordered. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5254, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 461, H.R. 5254, a bill to authorize the Secretary of the Interior to enter into an agreement with the Gateway Arch Park Foundation to host private events in Gateway Arch National Park buildings and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, and the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Elfreth, each will control 20 minutes. And now the chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 5254, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I might consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 5254, the Gateway Partnership Act. This is bipartisan legislation sponsored by Representatives Bell and Wagner of Missouri. This bill creates an innovative new model for public-private partnerships at our national parks by authorizing the National Park Service to enter into an agreement with the Gateway Arch Park Foundation to host events and community programming at Gateway Arch National Park. Gateway Arch towers over the city of St. Louis, Missouri, and welcomes millions of visitors each year to the first city built across the Mississippi River. With its silver curved riverbank, Gateway Arch serves as a reminder of the grit and bravery of our nation's early pioneers and how they showed it when they left all that they had and all that they knew behind to venture out towards the American West. The arch also links America's original pioneer spirit of the past with the drive to forge new futures today. Recently, the park's main philanthropist partner, the Gateway Arch Park Foundation, completed a trailblazing multi-million-dollar public-private partnership that connected the city and waterfront area and created a new visitor center and green spaces and also revitalized historic buildings around Gateway Arch. H.R. 5254 helps ensure that these newly renovated facilities, such as the old courthouse and Arch Visitor Center, are used to their full potential by allowing the foundation to host events in these spaces. Allowing the foundation to fully utilize these facilities would not only create new jobs, but also generate an estimated $780,000 in additional revenue for the park. H.R. 5254 does this while maintaining strict guardrails around the usage of the park to ensure public access is not impeded and no park resources are damaged during these events. The bill is narrow, limited, and bipartisan. It is a common-sense way to leverage private expertise and local investment to strengthen a signature national park and generate new revenue to support its operation. I encourage my colleagues to support H.R. 5254, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 5254, offered by my colleague, Representative Bell and Representative Wagner of Missouri, which will support the relationship between Gateway Arch National Park and the Gateway Arch Park Foundation. The Gateway Arch Park Foundation was formed in 2009 to help fund and coordinate the City Arch River Project, a transformational revamp of the Mississippi River Front and Keener Plaza, right under the iconic arch that greatly improved public safety and the overall visitor experience. Since then, the Foundation's partnership with the National Park Service has thrived. This is exactly the type of public-private partnership we need across all of our national parks. As the official philanthropic partner of the park, the Foundation hosts several popular events, including Blues at the Arch and Winterfest, both of which draw thousands of visitors and generate significant revenue that is reinvested back into supporting the park. The bill we are considering today establishes a new pilot program that would allow the Foundation to host private events at Gateway Arch National Park. This will allow the Foundation to host more events and potentially generate even more resources to support the ongoing management of the park. The authority granted by the bill is a powerful tool when used appropriately, but it cannot become an excuse or rationale to supplant, or it should supplement the funding that's been cut from the National Park Service or the staff, especially now when the agency is being pushed to the limit by this administration. Public-private partnerships like this one managed by the Gateway Arch Foundation are essential. They provide critical support through the National Park system, but we must remember that the agency has lost nearly 25% of its full-time staff since the beginning of last year. That figure is neither sustainable nor rational. Expanding partnership tools should not be an excuse to replace the expertise and experience of the dedicated professionals at the National Park Service. With that context in mind, this bill requires careful guardrails. Thanks to the cooperation of my colleagues across the aisle, H.R. 5254 will allow managers of the Gateway Arch to test out a time-limited authority. The bill includes significant safeguards for National Park Service-sponsored events, cost recovery authority, and robust reporting requirements so we can understand the full scope and impact of this new pilot project. Allowing a philanthropic partner to have exclusive after-hours access to park facilities will be a unique arrangement within the National Park system. So I want to thank the majority for working with us to ensure it includes the right checks and balances. I also want to thank my colleague and friend, Representative Bell from Missouri, for introducing this legislation and advocating for his hometown national park and hopefully creating a blueprint that can be utilized across this country. While most Americans know that about the iconic St. Louis Arch, famously known as the Gateway to the West, not everyone knows about the full history of the site. The park is also home to the old courthouse, the site where the Dred Scott first tried and unsuccessfully sued for his freedom from slavery. This is a transformational American story, and while President Trump is doing his worst to sanitize American history and remove signs at national parks across the country, boosting its visibility is more important now than ever. Celebrating 250 years of this great nation means honoring and acknowledging the progress we have made since the days of the Dred Scott decision, not burying the truth or the full telling of our shared history. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close, and I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentlelady from Maryland.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, by creating a time-limited pilot program allowing private philanthropic partners to host events at park facilities, H.R. 5254 creates an innovative new model for improved public access, better visitor experience, and new revenue streams to support park operations. This bill will create jobs, boost the local economy, and provide new opportunities to celebrate America's 250th birthday at one of the most iconic national park destinations in the Midwest. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 5254, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5254, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5729, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 462, H.R. 5729, a bill to authorize direct emergency acquisition flexibilities for the National Park Service for the purpose of retaining, vetting, approving, and expediting contractor approval for the clearing, rebuilding, maintenance, and improvement of the Grand Canyon grounds that have been impacted by the Dragon Bravo fire.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, and gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Alfred, each will control 20 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 5729, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 5729, the North Rim Restoration Act, introduced by my friend and colleague, Representative Crane of Arizona. This vital legislation gives National Park Service the streamlined authorities necessary to rebuild and restore one of the natural wonders of the world and iconic historic structures. Last year, Dragon Bravo fire tore through the north rim of Grand Canyon National Park, one of the true crown jewels of the national park system. The fire burned nearly 150,000 acres of land. It left a deep mark on the once peaceful landscape, severely damaging pristine evergreen forest, decimating wildlife habitat, and destroying more than 100 buildings and structures. Among the structures destroyed was the iconic Grand Canyon Lodge, which millions of visitors had enjoyed visiting for nearly a century. Since the fire was contained, the North Rim has been partially closed to visitors. The year before the fire, over 11 million visitors to Arizona's national parks contributed $2.2 billion to the state's economy. As visitors' numbers declined after the fire, the ripple effects have been felt well beyond the North Rim, especially by small businesses and gateway communities in northern Arizona. These communities depend on tourism and recreation, and without quick action, visitor numbers may never rebound, harming small businesses in rural Arizona for years, even for decades. Representative Crane's bill offers a bold, decisive solution to this problem. His legislation provides streamlined, practical recovery tools that will allow the National Park Service to quickly begin infrastructure rebuilding and forestry recovery efforts in the areas affected by Dragon Bravo fire. This bill will allow the National Park Service to use temporary emergency contracting authorities for up to 7 years to use emergency contracting efforts for hiring highly qualified contractors to allow them to move at pace and scale necessary to repair fire damage, to rebuild burned structures, and conduct essential forest management activities necessary to restore full access to one of the most visited landscapes in America. The Grand Canyon is not only a national treasure, but also an engine for local jobs in the outdoor recreation economy. H.R. 5729 is the right solution at the right time that will ensure the North Rim's much-needed recovery from Dragon Bravo fire is not slowed down by avoidable red tape. Representative Crane's bill ensures the North Rim can recover to its full glory, restore access for millions of American families, and it'll support our local communities that rely on park access in a strong outdoor recreation economy. I'd like to thank Representative Crane, as well as Chairman Gosar and Tiffany for their collective work on this important effort. And I urge my colleagues to support 5729, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 5729, the North Rim Restoration Act, offered by my colleague, Representative Crane of Arizona. Last summer's devastating Dragon Bravo fire burned nearly 150,000 acres of the Grand Canyon's North Rim, causing irreparable damage to crucial water infrastructure, well-loved trails, and 106 buildings, including the historic Grand Canyon Lodge. After the fire, safety concerns forced the Park Service and the nearby Kaibab National Forest to restrict visitor access, effectively closing the North Rim overnight. The loss of tourism has been devastating for communities and businesses, and the loss for this nation cannot be overstated. Arizona's $29.3 billion tourism economy is fueled by visitors to the Grand Canyon National Park, with nearly 5 million people visiting this crown jewel each and every year. Restoring and rebuilding at the North Rim is a serious priority. It will take an all-hands-on-deck approach to rebuild the iconic North Rim Lodge to get visitors back to this wonderful landscape. H.R. 5729 will allow the National Park Service to use expedited contracting authority to efficiently move projects along as quickly as possible. However, the single best action we can take is to ensure our federal land management agencies have the sustained resources and staff required to fulfill their mission of wildfire mitigation and ecosystem restoration, along with the tools necessary. To recover from tragedies like the Dragon Bravo fire, the 7th largest fire in Arizona's history, we must fully fund our national parks, forests, and public land management agencies. I would be remiss if I didn't point out that most of the emergency authorities in this bill could have been granted with the stroke of the president's pen if he had approved an emergency or disaster declaration. That likely hasn't happened because disaster recovery at FEMA has been deeply politicized and delayed by this administration. But we can never and should never play politics with rebuilding and recovery efforts. While I appreciate that this bill will do for the North Rim rebuild, I urge my colleagues to work with us and collaborate on the larger issues of staffing, funding, yes, cutting of red tape, and disaster recovery we're seeing in communities across this country. I urge support for H.R. 5729, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Crane.
Thank you, sir.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Chairman Westerman. I rise today in strong support of the North Rim Restoration Act of 2025. Last July, a lightning strike ignited the Dragon Bravo fire, which grew into the 7th largest wildfire in Arizona's history. It burned more than 145,000 acres, destroyed over 100 structures, including the historic Grand Canyon Lodge, and forced the closure of the North Rim. The result was great uncertainty for gateway communities whose livelihood depends on a steady flow of visitors. In the days and months during and after the fire, I traveled to the region to meet with park staff, local employers, and community leaders. Each conversation revealed different consequences of the disaster, but one concern came up repeatedly: layers of bureaucracy threatening to slow recovery and prolonged economic hardship. Families and workers cannot wait years for the infrastructure and housing needed to bring the North Rim back to life. That is why I work closely with local stakeholders to draft the North Rim Restoration Act of 2025. This bill gives the Department of Interior emergency contracting authority for all recovery efforts from the Dragon Bravo fire. This is a bipartisan approach that would minimize unnecessary delays. At the same time, it preserves community input, environmental standards, and mandatory reporting every 180 days to ensure transparency, accountability, and responsible use of taxpayer dollars. Although last year's July 4th lightning strike brought months of hardship to the region, we now have the chance to restore this iconic destination as we honor America's 250th anniversary. Passage of this bill sends a clear message to every visitor, worker, and family who cherishes the North Rim. This place will not fade into memory. It will endure as a living legacy. As I prepare to close, I want to thank the Coconino County Board of Supervisors, Chairman Westerman, and everyone who has played a role in advancing this legislation. As a result of your dedication and persistence, we are on the verge of securing House passage just 5 months since introduction. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this effort and help ensure a full, timely recovery. Thank you, Madam Speaker and Chairman Westerman. I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time and am prepared to close. And I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this critical piece of legislation, timely piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman is recognized for closing.
Madam Speaker, I'd again like to thank Mr. Crane for his thoughtful and aggressive efforts to make sure we can restore the Grand Canyon National Park to its former glory, and for him to highlight the incredible stress that this places on the communities there. I want to thank him, too, for offering this legislation at a key point to make sure that the right things happen so that people in his district can indeed get back to what they know is highlighting a great, great national treasure. H.R. 5729 gives the National Park Service limited accountable authorities to expedite the restoration and rebuilding process following last year's Dragon Bravo fire so that the treasured north rim of the Grand Canyon can fully reopen and do so safely. I want to once again thank Representative Crane for his leadership on this effort, for his insightfulness, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation. Madam Speaker, thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5729 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 2196, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 443, H.R. 2196, a bill to provide for an extension of the legislative authority of the National Emergency Medical Services Memorial Foundation to establish a commemorative work in the District of Columbia and its environs.
The pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, and the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Alfred, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2196, the bill now under consideration. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2196, the National Emergency Medical Services Memorial Extension Act, which is sponsored by Representative Hudson. Emergency medical service providers are often the first people on the scene in a moment of crisis. They respond to accidents, natural disasters, public health emergencies, and everyday calls for help. More than 1 million Americans serve as EMS providers across the country under one shared mission: to save lives and protect the public. Despite that service, there is still no permanent memorial in our nation's capital dedicated to EMS professionals who have lost their lives in the line of duty. In 2018, Congress authorized the National Emergency Medical Services Memorial Foundation to establish such a memorial. Since then, the foundation has moved through the federal approval process and is now working on site selection and environmental review. Like many memorial projects, progress has been steady but slow due to design approvals and the need to raise private funds. Unfortunately, the authorization for this important memorial expired last year, and the foundation needs this authorization extended to finally complete its mission. Representative Hudson's bill provides a straightforward solution. His legislation extends the foundation's legislative authority for an additional 7 years, allowing the work to continue so this memorial can finally be completed. Importantly, this memorial will remain funded entirely through private contributions, with no cost to the taxpayers. This legislation also does not expand the project or change its purpose. It simply ensures that the effort to honor fallen EMS providers can be finished. I thank Representative Hudson for his leadership on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2196, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 2196, offered by my colleague, Representative Hudson of North Carolina, which provides the National Memorial Services Foundation with a straightforward extension to establish the National Emergency Medical Services Memorial right here in Washington, D.C. This is a deeply meaningful and important project that deserves our full support. Congress first authorized the establishment of this memorial in 2018, and the foundation's work to finalize its design and construction is almost complete. Unfortunately, the initial 7-year authorization recently expired. Today, this bill allows us to take the simple step and let the foundation continue its work to honor the service and sacrifice of the medical emergency service community for generations to come. Every year, EMS providers around the nation respond to millions of calls, ranging from health emergencies to mass shootings. Whether they serve at the federal, state, local, private, volunteer, military, or tribal level, these brave men and women are dedicated to commitment and service. The memorial will be a small token of our appreciation for those who help others when they need it most. It is the least we can do to give to these heroes who serve our communities around the nation and across the globe a place of honor in our nation's capital. I look forward to the completion of this meaningful memorial, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close, and I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this critical and timely piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Gentlewoman Eels. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for closing.
Madam Speaker, the National Emergency Medical Services Memorial Extension Act provides the time needed to complete a project that honors the service and sacrifice of EMS providers without imposing a cost on taxpayers. Representative Hudson's legislation keeps the memorial on track and ensures that EMS professionals are recognized alongside other public safety heroes in our nation's capital. I'd like to once again thank Representative Hudson for his leadership on this effort and for his dedication to those that serve this nation humbly and selflessly. And I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 2196, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 528, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 528, a bill to require the Secretary of the Interior to carry out a program for post-disaster reforestation and restoration program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, and the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Alfred, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 528, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Yes, the gentleman is
recognized. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 528, the Post-Disaster Reforestation and Restoration Act, sponsored by Representative Peterson. This bipartisan legislation, which is also part of the Fix Our Forest Act, would create a post-disaster reforestation and restoration program at the Department of Interior. Across the country, catastrophic wildfires are burning hotter and more severely, turning once pristine landscapes into charred moonscapes. Hurricanes, windstorms, mudslides, and other natural disasters can also leave behind millions of acres of land in need of reforestation. In many cases, if federal land managers don't move quickly to replant and restore scorched or uprooted lands, once lush forests can permanently decay into low-lying scrublands that are unproductive and vulnerable to future fire and erosion. And when these forests disappear, they take with them clean water, wildlife habitat, and the livelihoods of communities that depend on them for recreation and employment. With millions of acres of forest lost to catastrophic wildfires and other disasters, our federal agencies are bearing the strain of an enormous backlog of replanting and restoration work. In 2021, Congress passed legislation to partially address the Forest Service priority reforestation needs, although no similar authority was included for the Department of the Interior. H.R. 528 offers a straightforward solution to tackle the crisis and provides consistency across all federal land management agencies. This bill directs agencies within the Department of Interior to identify priority landscapes most in need of reforestation and to proactively partner with states, tribes, local communities, and institutions of higher learning to advance high-priority restoration projects. This bill is a practical, bipartisan way to prioritize vital restoration work that requires immediate action. By allowing federal agencies to work with trusted partners, we can clear the way for forest reforestation and get to faster restoration and serve the communities that rely on healthy, resilient forests. I'd like to thank Representative Peterson for her work on this bill, as well as her work on Fix Our Forests Act. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of Representative Pedersen's H.R. 528, the Post-Disaster Reforestation and Restoration Act. This legislation would establish a program at the Department of Interior to address ecological damage caused by unforeseen events, including wildfires and weather events, and support efforts to restore ecosystems, particularly those where disruption has hindered natural recovery, as the impacts of climate change cause more frequent and intense natural disasters. We must take a whole-of-government approach to respond to these crises and rebuild. This includes critical investments in pre-disaster mitigation measures like strengthening infrastructure and housing, enhancing early detection, supporting our country's wildland firefighters, and focusing on post-disaster resilience. These kind of upfront investments will ensure communities impacted by wildfire can rebuild and recover in a way that makes them more resilient against future natural disasters. This bill is a common-sense step toward better land management and stronger community resilience in the face of climate-driven wildfires and extreme weather. Recovery after a wildfire is a lengthy and challenging process, and this bill will help build stronger, more resilient communities that can stand up against the threat of wildfires for generations to come. I urge support of H.R. 528, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is now recognized again.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this critical piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Mr. Whitman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this bill is a bipartisan, common-sense step to help land managers within the Department of the Interior tackle forest reforestation after wildfires, storms, and floods by working with capable, non-federal partners in their areas that need help the most. This legislation will help restore desolate landscapes to thriving forests. As I mentioned before, the legislation previously passed the House as part of the bipartisan Fix Our Forest Act, and I hope to see that legislation sent to the President's desk soon so that our land managers have every tool they need to restore forest health, prevent wildfires, and protect communities. Before I close, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Agriculture.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with that, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 528 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6380, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 467, H.R. 6380, a bill to establish the Chiricahua National Park in the state of Arizona as a unit of the National Park System and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, and the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Alfred, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on H.R. 6380, the bill before us for consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I might consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6380, the Chiricahua National Park Act, introduced by Representative Siscomani of Arizona. This simple bipartisan bill redesignates the Chiricahua National Monument as Chiricahua National Park. Located in southeast Arizona, Chiricahua is a remarkable place that is known as the land of standing up rocks. It is a home to unique volcanic formation, miles of scenic trails, and a landscape shaped by both natural forces and human history. From its ancient volcanic hoodoos to pinnacles to historic sites conserving the history of prehistoric and indigenous people, early pioneers and ranchers, there is truly no place in the country like Chiricahua. Every year, visitors to this area enjoy unique outdoor recreational activities, including hiking, stargazing, camping, bird watching, and horseback riding. Across the country, outdoor recreation contributes $1.3 trillion to the U.S. economy. Last year, Arizona saw the second highest growth rate in its outdoor recreation activity amongst all states. By creating the nation's 64th national park and Arizona's 4th national park, Representative Ciscomani's legislation would further boost Arizona's outdoor recreational economy, create jobs, and support small businesses in rural gateway communities. Importantly, this bipartisan bill does not expand the site's boundaries or change its management. It simply recognizes the national significance of Chiricahua by elevating it to full national park status. The change would place Chiricahua alongside other flagship parks and help raise its profile and support increased tourism. The bill has significant local support. Representative Ciscomani has worked hard with all affected stakeholders to address any potential concerns. Representative Ciscomani added new language to the bill this Congress to ensure continued access for traditional uses for tribes in a way that respects cultural heritage while maintaining public access to the park without creating new precedents. In short, this bill honors a place of exceptional natural, historical, and cultural value without changing its footprints or management framework. I'd like to commend Representative Ciscomani for years of hard work that he has put in to make the dream of Arizona's 4th national park a reality. I cannot think of a better time than during America's 250th anniversary to send this meaningful legislation to the President's desk, and I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill. With that, Madam Speaker, I thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 6380, offered by my colleague, Representative Ciscomani of Arizona, which would redesignate the Chiricahua National Monument as the Chiricahua National Park. Located in the unique Sky Island ecosystem of southeastern Arizona, Chiricahua National Monument is known as a wonderland of rocks, which sounds magical. This unique and stunning landscape is filled with pinnacles, spires, and balancing rocks that inspire a sense of awe and wonder. Chiricahua's rock formations are also a biodiversity hotspot that support a variety of wildlife amid the flourishing desert environment. This includes Apache foxes, javelinas, I hope I pronounced that correctly, black bears, mountain lions, white-tailed deer, and over 200 bird species. The monument is truly a special place that protects beautiful and important ecosystems, but that is only a part of its story. Tribal communities have deep ties and connections to the landscape. Justine Jimmy, the Deputy Attorney General of the San Carlos Apache tribe, testified on this proposal during the 2024 hearing before the House Natural Resources Committee. Her written statement noted, quote, "The land that is now Chiricahua National Monument has been our homeland since time immemorial. Long before the formation of the United States and before the U.S. Cavalry took our land to give to settlers, pioneers, and miners. This history is a history that cannot be ignored, which is why tribal engagement has been such a critical component in building support for this bill, and I'd like to thank the bill sponsor for doing that. The bill ensures tribes can continue to access important and sacred sites, even permitting temporary closure of areas of the park for tribal ceremonies. That is a key part of upholding our trust obligations and ensuring tribal support for this redesignation. The National Park Service itself has noted that the wealth of cultural and natural resources across Chiricahua's landscape make it a strong candidate for national park status. I'm excited about the prospect of designating our nation's next national park, but I also want to be very clear about what comes next. Our parks and public lands have been short-staffed and under-resourced by the current administration, with nearly a quarter of the national park staff departing the agency, some voluntarily and many others involuntarily, since the beginning of the last year. So, Madam Speaker, after approving the designation of this new national park, I urge for full resources and full staffing so that it can meet its mission. As we continue to come together to create new national parks to protect our nation's most special places, we must continue to do everything in our power to make sure our national parks have the staffing and resources they need for the next 250 years and beyond. Thank you, and I reserve my time.
The gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, the lead sponsor of the bill, Mr. Siscomani.
Representative Siscomani is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Westerman and my colleague, Representative Whitman, for this time. I rise today in strong support of my bill, the Chiricahua National Park Act. I also want to thank my colleague from Maryland. These were not easy words to pronounce, Chiricahua, javelinas, and so on. So Arizona threw you a curveball on this one, but you did very well with all that. So I want to thank you for that. For more than a century, the remarkable landscape of Chiricahua National Monument in southeastern Arizona has inspired visitors from across the country, known as the Wonderland of Rocks. This extraordinary area protects towering volcanic rock formations, deep canyons, and one of the most biologically diverse mountain ranges in the entire Southwest. For the people of Cochise County and southeastern Arizona, Chiricahua is more than a beautiful landscape. It is a source of pride, a place where families enjoy the outdoors, and a very important part of the region's identity. This legislation simply redesignates the monument as a national park, recognizing its national significance without expanding its footprint or changing existing land management. Just as important, this bill supports economic opportunity in rural Arizona. The redesignation would help raise Chiricahua's national profile, attract more visitors, and strengthen tourism across southeastern Arizona. That is why this effort is widely supported by the local business community, along with local leaders and stakeholders who see the potential for a responsible economic tied to outdoor recreation and also conservation. Arizona is already home to world-renowned parks like Grand Canyon National Park, Saguaro National Park, and the Petrified Forest National Park. With this legislation, we would add another extraordinary landscape to this list. Madam Speaker, this is a common-sense, bipartisan step that protects a national treasure in my district while supporting rural communities. I urge my colleagues to support the Chiricahua National Park Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close, and I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the sponsor of the bill, and I urge my colleagues to support this exciting legislation to create America's next national park. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Whitman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, H.R. 6380 recognizes the national significance of the Chiricahua in southeastern Arizona while helping unlock more tourism and investment for surrounding communities. Elevating this site to national park status will raise its profile, attract more visitors, and support local jobs without expanding its boundaries or changing its management. I want to thank Representative Siscomani once again for his strong leadership, his dedication, and his passion for this effort. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6380, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 831 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 831, a bill to establish an interest-bearing account for the non-federal contributions to the Lower Colorado River Multi-Species Conservation Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, and the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Alfred, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 831, the bill now under consideration. Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 831, the Lower Colorado River Multi-Species Conservation Program Amendment Act of 2025, sponsored by Representative Calvert from California. The Lower Colorado River Multi-Species Conservation Program aims to conserve native fish populations, increase habitat for migratory birds in the Lower Colorado River Basin, and allow for continued water and power deliveries. The federal government contributes 50% of its funding, and 3 lower basin states provide the remainder. In recent years, however, the pace of funding has outpaced the pace of work, leaving available funds idle. This legislation would authorize the Bureau of Reclamation to place the program's non-federal funds in an interest-bearing account, providing approximately $2 million annually that would otherwise be borne by lower basin states. I commend Representative Calvert for his continued leadership, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 831. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I could, this is our last of a marathon bills, and I think the breadth of the bills we saw today are a testament to this committee, from protecting sequoias in California to addressing invasive blue catfish in the Chesapeake to supporting our national parks in Mississippi, Missouri, Arizona, to the bill before us today. I'm just in awe of this committee's work product. I want to thank the chair, the ranking member, and the committee staff. This is what Americans sent us here to do, and I'm grateful to be a part of it. I want to thank my colleague from Virginia for his professionalism as well. I rise today in support of H.R. 831, offered by my colleague, Representative Calvert of California. As we stand here today, the 7 basin states are continuing negotiations on an agreement that will shape the future of the Colorado River, which has ramifications across the region. The post-2026 operations are critical to managing the already over-allocated river in a changing climate, which has led to unprecedented drought conditions and declining water levels at key reservoirs. I appreciate the work the states have already done to move towards a solution and urge them and the Department of Interior to continue working together to reach an agreement. Interior must also ensure that the 30 tribal nations in the basin are part of a long-term solution as part of the long history of collaboration in the basin to accomplish the shared goal of continued delivery of water and power while protecting ecosystems. Lower water levels have accelerated the spread of invasive non-native species and the reduction of critical habitat for native fish and wildlife. H.R. 831 would authorize an interest-bearing account for non-federal contributions to the Lower Colorado River Multi-Species Conservation Program, allowing these funds to accrue interest that can be reinvested back into the program. This program brings together federal, state, and local partners to protect endangered species while also ensuring the continued water operations and maintenance activities of the lower basin. It is funded through a 50-50 cost share agreement between the federal government and the 3 lower basin states. Currently, no non-federal contributions to the program are held in a non-interest-bearing account. By authorizing an interest-bearing account, H.R. 831 will help provide additional funding to further support the stability of the Lower Colorado River Multi-Species Conservation Program and help balance water operations and ecosystem health in the lower basin. I urge support of H.R. 831 and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have some help today. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to support the Lower Colorado River Multi-Species Conservation Program Act, a bipartisan bill that is absolutely critical to the future of my home state of Arizona and the American West. The Colorado River is the lifeblood of our region. More than 40 million people across the 7 basin states depend on it for drinking water, agricultural, and economic vitality. In Arizona alone, it supports our cities, our farmers, our tribal communities, and our economy, including our critical semiconductor industry. But this river is under enormous pressure from a drought now entering its 25th year, from overuse, and from a changing climate that is reshaping the West as we know it. At the same time, dozens of native fish, migratory birds, and plant species that depend on this river are fighting for survival. The Lower Colorado River Multi-Species Conservation Program is an incredibly successful collaboration between the federal government, the states, and key stakeholders. It's been doing the hard work on the ground for over 2 decades to manage the habitats and protect native species. This program has successfully established thousands of acres of native riparian and aquatic habitat, stocked the river with native fish, increased the numbers of breeding migratory birds over more than 5 1,000 acres. The program also provides a measure of reliability and certainty for future river operations. States like Arizona have a responsibility under the Endangered Species Act to protect these vulnerable habitats while balancing the need to deliver Colorado River water to users across the state and region. This fund gives the lower basin an essential tool to protect the health of the river, and it's one less thing to fight over at a time when tensions over the river's future are exceptionally high. The lower basin states of Arizona, California, Nevada are continuing to put our money where our mouth is, contributing millions to the conservation of this critical resource. This bill simply ensures that the money we contribute to the program can accrue interest as it sits in the Treasury's coffers. Dollars that our states put in will go a lot further at no additional cost to the taxpayers of this country. So thank you to my colleagues for their partnership in getting this bill to the House floor, especially Congressman Ken Calvert of California and Congresswoman Susie Lee of Nevada. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this common sense, bipartisan legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support this critical piece of legislation. I want to thank the gentleman from Arizona for helping out today, and using the word riparian on the House floor is always one of my favorite things. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I also want to reflect on Representative Elfreth's words, and that is the incredible work by the Natural Resources Committee, the leadership there, with Chairman Westerman, Ranking Member Huffman, and an incredible staff. And they do a lot to bring these bills to the floor, to make sure, too, that they work through, to make sure they can receive bipartisan support. This is truly what Congress needs to do, is to get bills through that have impacts on these districts. And you heard from members today the incredible impact that these bills have on people's lives and on their districts. And that's what makes legislating important. And we should never forget that. People send us here to get things done, to get bills like this done. And while they may be somewhat parochial in how they affect certain regions, it is critical to the nation that we understand that all of us benefit when these great natural treasures and natural resources are enhanced and conserved. That's really what makes it great. And I appreciate Representative Elfreth's work and her cooperation on H.R. 4294 and making sure we find a way to productively use a resource that is now in overabundance, and making sure that we do everything we can within that realm. It's key to us as members of the Natural Resource Committee to make sure we get these things done. You know, we are entrusted, not only as legislators, but we are entrusted by the people that elect us to be the stewards of what they own, the great lands and treasures and natural resources of this nation. That's what makes us great. There is no other place on the planet that has this great abundance of resources and that has such great impact on communities. We're all honored to be here today as advocates for that, along with our fellow members, to make sure these pieces of legislation see their way into being signed into law. And I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, thank the incredible staff on the Natural Resources Committee for what has culminated today in a number of fantastic pieces of legislation that will make a difference in people's lives, will continue to preserve what we hold great in this nation, and that is our true national treasure, our natural resources. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back. Thank you. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 831 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for our morning hour debate.